The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, July 27, 2026 is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Here.
Councilmember Andrews,
Here.
Councilmember Bergen,
Councilmember Bergen is excused.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs,
Present.
Councilmember Gardner,
Councilmember Gardner is excused.
Councilmember Hancock, Councilmember Horton,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Lawson,
Here.
Councilmember Medina,
Here.
Councilmember Wiles.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty for justice for all. Please join me in a moment of prayer. O Lord, our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industry, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there will be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of our entire community. Land acknowledgement. The City of Aurora acknowledges that we gather on the territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Ute, Arapaho, and Dakota peoples past and present. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Indigenous people have remained committed to the stewardship of the land over many centuries. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties that these nations have to their traditional homelands and to their vital place in the ecosystem are renewed and reaffirmed, and we are called to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as we continue to work to meet the needs of our entire community. Executive session update. During executive session, we discussed labor and contract negotiations. Approval of the minutes. Motion is in order for the approval of the minutes for July 13, 2026.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hancock to approve the minutes. Councilmember Lawson to approve the minutes for July 13, 2026. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the approval of the minutes for July 13, 2026.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Horton. Mayor Pro Tem. The motion passes to adopt the July 13th City Council meeting minutes.
Motion is in order for adoption of the agenda. I'm sorry. It's moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by
Coombs.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, it's not coming up on e-scribe.
Councilmember Horton.
Yes.
The motion passes to adopt the agenda.
Decorum announcement?
Mayor? Yes. Do you have it?
Sorry.
Somewhere. That's your statement. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pete Schulte. I'm the city attorney. I also serve as a parliamentarian for the city council. Council has asked me to read the rules of decorum part of the reason is when you do come up to speak and you talk on items that are on the agenda, it becomes part of the record, and that's important for any further legal proceedings that may take place. So when you do come up for public invited to be heard, please don't come up and talk about anything on the agenda because your comments will not be transferred over to the agenda items. So I know some of you are probably here for some items later on the agenda. If you have signed up for public invited to be heard and you intend to talk about those planning matters, you need to go see Katie, our city clerk, right there and get signed up for the correct item number, or you'll be stopped if you talk during public invited to be heard on those items that are on the agenda. So City Council has established this public forum to receive input from the community. The public invited to be heard portion of the meeting is limited by council rules to a total of 1 hour, which each speaker allotted 30 minutes. Speakers signed up to comment on the agenda items also limited to 3 minutes, and comments must relate directly to that item being considered. All participants are expected to observe the same standards of decorum as the City Council. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, and demonstrations such as clapping, snapping, cheering, booing, or similar actions are not permitted. Please show respect to all speakers, regardless of whether you agree with their comments, and allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Speakers who exceed the 3-minute time limit reduce the opportunities for others to speak. Please be considerate of your fellow residents when preparing your comments. Additionally, as children may be watching, we do ask that you refrain from using profanity as you address council. Mayor.
Public invited to be heard.
Jerry Drinsky, followed by Median Schaffner.
Good evening. A few months ago, the city agreed to the demands of the race hustlers concerning speaking time and even paid off their attorney. The thinking may have been this would placate the hustlers and bring peace and decorum to the council meetings. The effect has been the exact opposite. It has only emboldened the hustlers with more demands and more contempt. This isn't coming from me. It's coming directly from them. 2 weeks ago, Median Schaffner stood here and said over and over, "We will be coming back. We will be coming back." Essentially, if future demands are not met. Ante Anderson stood next to her and sang his infantile song, naming the 4 council members who are not socialists and the mayor. It is not enough that the haters and hustlers have the current majority. They want total socialism on the council, including mayor and city manager. And of course, they also want the police chief fired. When will it become apparent you cannot negotiate with hate? According to the settlement, you have to listen to them. You have to hear them for 3 minutes, but you don't have to listen to them. Don't listen to voices whose only concern is power and authority for themselves. There are many people of good faith to sit with and build bridges of help and growth and respect. The hustlers are not those people. I know this because a few weeks ago I had an online chat with Anderson. And when he realized he was losing the debate, he ended the conversation by saying I should go out and burn crosses. Deal with people who care about the future of Aurora's growth, prosperity, and safety for all of Aurora. Yes, Aurora is diverse. Make that diversity work for Aurora.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
Hold on for just a second. Don't start my time, please. Don't hate me. Good evening. We will be coming back. We will be coming back. And the reason we will be coming back is because until there is sustainable change and different outcomes coming from this city, your job is not done, and neither is our job as the constituency to hold you accountable. A question of when does hate leave this space, or whatever the question is, we already answered that question in part of the last election. The community was tired of the hate, and now we see a different body of government. With that being said, I want to make sure that tonight I speak on behalf of a young man who has recently been thrusted into your legal system. He and his mother are going to be navigating this system for quite some time because of an allegation that ultimately the evidence will reveal specifically what happened. But the problem that I want to address right now is that you have a detective inside of your policing system who apparently has the permission to lie to the individuals they speak with. I sat on a phone call with this mother and this detective where she was assured that if her son comes to court, he will be able to take care of whatever bench warrant was issued and get another court date. The reason why the warrant was issued is because this mother wanted to understand what the legal process would be, so she reached out to community to ensure that she had support. I was on the phone with this detective when he assured her, go to court. There will be nothing that happens for you or your son, and you'll get a court date. When I challenged him, because he does not have the authority to do that as a detective, he assured her and me that that was going to be the outcome. This young man, who has never been in a jail cell ever, who has never had to go to court, showed up at court, and he was arrested. So that mother had to watch what happened. She was lied to by the detective. When I reached out to the detective to challenge his decisions, he said, just talk to my supervisor. This community does not trust your policing system. Fire Todd Chamberlain.
Aonte Anderson, followed by Della Jordan.
The Webster Dictionary defines decorum as correct or proper behavior that shows respect and good manners. This has been a word many of you all have been focusing on for months. How is it that this word, decorum, has come out of some of your mouths more than the names of those murdered by the Aurora police, such as Kylan E. Lewis, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, Elijah McClain, and the litany of others? Those individuals were murdered by APD, representing the city you all are in charge of. Let me be very clear. I refuse to have good manners when black people are being shot and killed by the Aurora Police Department. You can hide behind what you cannot do and tell the press we cannot fire the police chief, but you can fire the man who hired the police chief. You want us to believe that your power is limited, and you are actually failing to use the power that you have. Now back to the word decorum. You all want to crack down on who curses at you during these meetings to preserve your feelings. At the last meeting, I showed you how I can still come for you without actually needing to use a single cuss word. That moment actually did go viral, and over 1 million people watched it online. 1 million people got to learn about Aurora, not for it being a positive connotation, but because somebody young enough to be your grandchild read y'all to filth about APD murdering your citizens. Well, class is now back in session, and I'm going to do another lesson of how to utilize your First Amendment right without using a single cuss word. Now, I'm going to start with the Alfredo Avengers on the council. That is going to be Ku Klux Klan, Councilmember Bergen. You have a remarkable ability to speak at length without burdening the conversation with a point. It is clear you do not know how to read the room. In fact, every room that you enter, the literacy rate gets lower. Next to the malicious male monster known as Curtis Gardner, who never shows up to council meetings. You are living proof that having an opinion and having something intelligent to say are two entirely different accomplishments. You are not the sharpest tool in the shed. You are the reason the shed needs supervision. Mayor Kaufman, every time I think the public lowers its expectations, I would say you have reached rock bottom, but I've learned to never underestimate your commitment to digging. Now moving on from the great value Europeans to Councilmember Lawson and Hancock. I would call you a slur even the ancestors have never heard before, but I refuse to call black women out of their names because your results and your records are insulting enough. Our ancestors fought hard to open doors that you walked through, only for you to continue to hold them shut for everyone that walks behind you. So no, I won't call you out of your names, but you are two of the greatest disappointments black political representation has ever seen in these chambers.
Della Jordan, followed by Jeffrey McFarland. Della Jordan.
Here we go again. Yes, Aurora, Navigation, Police Department, Dominant Security. Yeah, these people are trying to obviously drive me insane or cause my death. August 2025. A homeless volunteer person stole my clothing and a crystal sugar shaker, turned it over to a person, a staff member, and it was never seen before. I said, okay, give me $80 in art coupons. Never saw it again. Then here comes September. A female in a red scooter decided she was going to hit me with the scooter. Then here comes September. The same female decided she was going to run me over in the scooter. And then Anschutz, UC Health, got involved. And they made it perfectly clear to that center that this was not to ever happen again, or they were going to take deeper action. Okay, so then here we go again. Here comes Dominant Security. A security officer decided he was going to sexually abuse me. I complained about it, and then 3 days later, I was suspended from the shelter. Okay, then we're going to move on. Every time I turn around, I'm being suspended for something. I'm being suspended because I had to pee. I'm being suspended because I moved a chair. I'm being suspended because I sat in a chair. Basically, the bottom line is these people are harassing me. They told me they do not want me coming here before the council. And if I decide to move out, then these kind of things will not happen to me. My latest suspension is because I repeatedly violated noncompliance with staff instructions or directives. I'm being suspended for 30 days, and I can return on 8/17. But if I shut up and I not not come here before the city council, then they will leave me alone and they'll stop suspending me. Okay, I said, okay, well, then I will protest. They told me I can do what the hell I want to do, just as long as I just stop talking to you people. Okay, they suspended me, they kicked me out. They kicked me out with my clothing, without my personal property, without my medication. I have a list of medications right here. This is like a fourth of my medication, and this is a list of 43. Okay, I called the Aurora police and I asked them, okay, if you don't want to give me anything, at least give me my medication, my medical supplies, my medical equipment. The police says, now we cannot make the navigation center give you anything. I said, well, my medication has my name on it because it's prescription medication. Why can't I give my medication? They said, now we can't make them give you anything. They asked me, well, what can we do to make this better? I said, what you can do is compensate me for all the hell that you have put me through. And they said, well, that's way above my pay grade. Do something. The problem is not the city. The problem is not the mayor. The problem is not the homeless people. The problem is that company. Advanced Pathways, get rid of that company.
Jeffrey McFarland, followed by Nate Weaver.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeffrey McFarland. I'm a resident of Ward 1 in Aurora. I have been for the last 5 years. I come here tonight, as I do every night, speaking for nobody but myself, but also as a taxpayer, as, believe it or not, contrary to public opinion from people like old sleepy Jerry Jurinsky, I'm a full-time worker. I graduated at the top of my class from my college. The reason I come here is not for performance. It's not to deliberately be talking to a wall of a person. It's because as an Aurora resident, taxpayer, worker, et cetera, there's several things that I find to be offensive or abhorrent about the way that we handle things, including but not limited to things like a tuberculosis outbreak in a detention center that we are consistently told the public wants as a popular thing, but I don't know anybody that does that. Like Robert Gray wanted to give me advice last week on expressing myself without using profanity. I don't need people like Robert Gray's advice on how to do that, because again, I have, more than enough experience doing it just fine by myself, which is also why I don't like things like the fact that we pay a company in Miami $5 to $6 million over the last 5 to 6 years to monitor our consent decree. And if we ask anybody from the city how many times that monitor has been audited, how many times we've seen any records from that, that's $5 million. Nobody has. It's never been audited. It's kind of weird. For anybody that doesn't know in the crowd or otherwise, the reason that everybody keeps calling for Jason Batchelor's job is more by virtue of wanting Todd Chamberlain's job. The police chief who came from LA, who has paid out lawsuits for running racist police departments. The APD continues to murder civilians in the streets. It takes things like a full assault and then the release of footage for any kind of oversight board, like a community oversight board that is run by that same city manager that will not fire the racist police chief. It's always a really strange thing. So I come as an Aurora resident and caring about these topics. Why do we need a contract with Geo? Why do we need an AI data center in our city? Why do we need a bottling company, a water bottling company that doesn't have to follow the water conservation rules that our school districts do? These are just a couple of things. I haven't even said Kylan Lewis's name or Corey Dillard's name or Elijah McClain's name. But I don't need advice from anybody on how to be an Auroran. I've been an Auroran for nearly a decade. And what I would like from you all is to do better for Aurora, at the very least. Pretty please. How's that? Thank you.
Nate Weaver, followed by Ally DeWills Marcano.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to come here today to talk about the situation that we're in with the drought and kind of hopefully push you guys in the direction of raising the water restrictions to level 2. I just kind of, with everything that we went through with this last winter, I'm worried that with the winter that's in front of us, that our water situation is going to be that much more dire if we go through that again without trying to implement whatever, strategies and restrictions we can kind of come up with now. So I'm just hoping to put forth some emphasis and, trying to make that a priority as far as having like a long-term solution to our water problems, because I think it's inevitable that we're going to run out. So yeah, and I appreciate the mayor going out and doing what he can to talk to some of the school districts about following the policies, but we all need to do more. So, and that's all I really had. Thank you.
Ally DeWills Marcano, she's coming down right now, followed by Cassandra Heel.
So I am excited that you have all reviewed the plans for chamber accessibility updates tonight. I haven't had the chance to watch the study session yet, but I look forward to reviewing that as well. I am concerned that there might be some pearl clutching and consternation about making a $2 million investment in infrastructure that is equally accessible for disabled Aurorans. That sounds like a terrifying amount of money to most of us regular people with regular jobs at first, but let's take a few minutes, or I'll shoot for just 2 minutes. I don't want to get gavelled and kicked out. To put that $2 million into context, Aurora has identified more than $2 billion in capital needs over the next decade. This project represents roughly 0.1% of that budget. By my estimate, tonight Council will vote on approximately $34 million on contracts and projects. A decade or more of accessible chambers represents about 6% of the financial decisions before you on this single night. These accessibility improvements are expected to add virtually nothing to ongoing operating costs, and they will save the city from significant liability. Ramps, widened pathways, accessible seating, and other improvements require no specialized annual maintenance like the rickety pseudo-elevator we have now, so you may save the city in the long run. And like most accessibility improvements, they will serve everyone, even the able-bodied Aurorans. Knee room behind the dais, easier to use doors, modern seating, virtual meeting access, ramps that can be used by strollers and carts. All of this will be used by all Aurorans when they engage in their community in this room. Decades from now, people will still be using these chambers. They won't remember a debate over the construction cost. They will remember if they felt welcome and equal as Aurorans in this room. Here's some other things we spend $2 million on. Each two-way intersection in Aurora costs around $2 million to build and hundreds of thousands of dollars in maintenance each decade. These chamber updates cost less than a single intersection, of which Aurora has more than 300. We spend this $2 million without years of debate and testimony every year. I couldn't get a firm estimate of how much we gave to developer incentives in 2025, but I'm confident that it is way more than $2 million. And we do this annually, so over a decade, it must make chamber updates look like chump change for sure, right? Maybe we could make developers show up over and over again and cry behind this podium for basic equality like disabled Aurorans have had to do. Over the last decade, in addition to the $5 million on the consent decree monitor that has already been mentioned tonight, Aurora has paid an estimated $20 million in settlements to people who were mistreated, beaten, or whose family members were murdered by the Aurora Police Department. Math says that's an average of $2 million every year. Those expenditures did nothing to build trust in our city. An accessible council chamber will. Finally, I'm looking forward to the community meeting in the Aurora Room on August 12th about these plans. I hope the city will do much more to promote that meeting because I have not seen information about it anywhere except and online, but I've been the one sharing it. I can't help but appreciate the irony that the meeting about making these chambers accessible has to be held in another room because these chambers aren't accessible. Let's fix that.
Cassandra Hill, followed by Shardina Lewis.
Hello, Aurora City Council. My name is Cassandra Heil. I am with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as DACAG. DACAG is a chapter in the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Oppression, NARBR for short, and by extension, DACAG, fight for community control over the police. So I want to talk about this Public Safety Accountability Office and how it is not community control. Community control means a directly elected all-civilian council, final authority over police policy, oversight policy, budget, including writing and reviewing, full authority on disciplinary measures and legal recourse, including subpoena power and the covening of grand juries, hiring and firing power over police chief or superintendent, all officers on the force, the head of any existing oversight or review boards and offices, and the member of those as well, full access to all investigations by the oversight or review institutions, broaden the scope of investigations to include all allegations of misconduct, including sexual assault, exclude all current and former law enforcement agents from serving on the board. So we already know how ineffective oversight boards are with no power. The head of the Denver Office of Independent Monitor, Elizabeth Perez Castle, was invited to speak at the Independent Oversight Community event hosted by Horton and Wiles. Castle made it clear the oversight board she was in charge of did not have enough power or resources to do anything meaningful when cops committed crimes. At the last meeting, I spoke about some of the crimes committed by DPD, the policies that expand police use of force, and the harm still being done despite Denver having an oversight board. Castle highly praised Chicago's police oversight board as one of the best in the country. The Community Commissions for Public Safety and Accountability, the CCPSA in Chicago, was fought for by the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, otherwise known as CARPR. One of the strongest oversight systems in the country includes some elements of community control. I want to be clear, this is not community control yet. It still lacks some key elements. However, CARPR is still fighting. Chicago shows us that it is possible and good for the community to implement community control. Aurora keeps settling for less. Every time this council creates another office without real authority, you ask the community to wait longer for meaningful change that can bring justice. You already know DACAG's demands. Fire the racist police chief Chad Chamberlain, make the selection of the next chief democratic and controlled by civilians, and give Aurora community control over the police. Thank you.
Shardina Lewis, followed by Robert Lewis.
Hello, I'm here on the count of my grandson that was brutally murdered by Officer Deeks in Aurora. We say, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation under God, liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all, that's a lie. Because these evil police have been killing unarmed people. You know, I can see if they're gang members or they're killing innocent unarmed people, and they don't really care. And it seems like part of the 60s all over again. So this is something we're going to have to look at because it's going to keep happening. We need to nip it in the bud before it keeps happening, but it's happening all the time. Another black man was killed last week. So people need to come together because if you don't do anything about it, for evil to exist, it takes good men to sit back and do nothing. Thank you.
Robert Lewis, followed by Tristan Hust.
Yeah, I'm Robert Lewis, the father of Kylan Lewis. I just want to say, y'all must have hired that jerk that comes up here at the first point, because he did that before, and he must not know what we're standing for. But that's a real ignorant person anyway. And just like y'all to sit there and say your prayers, who are you praying to? I mean, do you actually pick up a Bible and read the Word? I doubt it. But it's just a shame that I have to come here every other week or every week to voice my frustrations of how y'all people handle things. And it's just a disgrace that I know a 5th grade class that could do better than y'all. And it's just sad to see. But, you know, this killing of innocent black men need to stop. I mean, no matter what a person has done, unless he's at gunpoint with you, there's no reason for you to have a lethal weapon when there's no weapon that they found my son with, period. He was followed for 2 days. It's a shame that you have no training, that you still want to shoot an unarmed man. To me, it seemed like there was a hit put out on my son. And it goes with your police station and your little wretched cops that want to sit up here and murder people and know that they can get away with it. But I just want to say, you know, I hope y'all took the time to repent or talk to God, because when your day comes, it ain't going to be lovely for you. Afterlife is something. But y'all take care. Have a beautiful evening.
Tristan Hust, followed by Francisco Soto.
Hello, my name is Tristan, resident of Ward 1 for 5 years now. I was sick last meeting, but tonight I am here to talk to you about some of the issues we have been returning time and time again for. You're already familiar with me by now, I'm sure, and I'm not exactly thrilled to give you a recap, but nevertheless, here we go. We need to do something about the killer cops here in Aurora, and especially in my ward. Too many unarmed civilians have been gunned down, and strangely enough, they mostly all fit under the same demographic. They are our black and brown neighbors that live here just like I do. All of these young black men murdered by APD were deeply loved, and their absence has left a scar on our community. This is evidenced by the fact that we are back again to talk about the same issues over 2 years later. Kylan Lewis's family has been here faithfully for every city council meeting you have allowed the public to participate in. Don't think we've forgotten about when your predecessors took that away from us. The taxpayers sure haven't, and I hope you enjoyed that lawsuit brought forward by the Lewis family and the epitome of black excellence. You deserved it. The fact that you care more about decorum than dead bodies, than dead Aurorans in the streets, makes me sick. Before and since Kylan's murder, the names have continued to pile up, and the number of grieving Auroran families has continued to increase to the point that they have formed a coalition. This community oversight board, to be head by our city manager, is a joke with some minor steps forward. Having a liaison for the families is a great idea that should have been implemented a while ago, but it will be good to see it moving forward. Jason Batchelor, our city manager, should not be involved. He was the one that handpicked our racist police chief, Todd Chamberlain, who was turned down by at least 3 other police departments for being too racist. Yet Batchelor saw fit to pick him with no input from the community whatsoever into the most diverse city in the state, one of the most diverse in the country. We need to fire Todd Chamberlain and let Aurorans pick who polices them. Speaking of diversity, did you know that more than 170 different languages are spoken here in our great city? We are a city of immigrants. Immigrants make our city rich in good culture, good foods, and fun community activities. They bring insight and wisdom not found in homogenous societies. And they bring their children, future Aurorans. How do we reward them? By kicking them out of their homes the day before school starts, like on 1568 Nome Street and others? By putting them in detention centers that can correctly and often are compared to concentration camps of Nazi Germany? Tell me why Aurora has no power to investigate confirmed cases of tuberculosis, but no investigation has been done to prevent future exposures. Tell me why we here in Aurora have to fight against our own city to keep our neighbors safe. Thank you.
Francisco Soto.
My complaint is about the records request process, the time it takes, the costs. I have brought this complaint to some of your attention individually, like Ruben Medina. I brought that up to you. Angela Lawson, I told that to you about records requests, and also Gianna Horton, which you said you were going to help me get a records request, but you didn't, and you just basically ignored me, you know? But my complaint is about how long it takes when you do a CORA request or a public records request to the police department and also animal control, because I guess they're like a law enforcement agency. There was an incident where a lady almost died, and I requested a records request. It took over a month. Animal control tried charging me over $160 just for like body cam footage. And the police department charged me around $60 for like the body cam. And also some other records that's not limited to. You know, now recently I'm in a case, I'm involved in a case where I need to get body cam footage. And so I need that soon. And I don't need it to be exorbitant amount. You know, this city spends a lot of money, which they're not disclosing how much money they're spending for Flock and all these cameras to watch us. But what you're not spending money is money for us to watch you and to watch our government. So it's very one-sided government. It's like totalitarian. But yeah, also, I've done a records request on a slumlord property here in Aurora, Colorado, called Ridge Hill Apartments. I got the records of all their violations. And when you do a records request on your portal, you can request that it be published publicly so people can see it and download it. Well, when I did that for that property, all the violations and all the complaints that people have been complaining against it, they published it, but they took down the records. And the records clerk's name is Lisa Horton. So I don't know what's going on, but there's some sketchy stuff going on. And that's my complaint.
That was the last individual.
Next question before us, a motion is in order for the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A1 to 10C2.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve the consent calendar, items 10A1 to 10C2.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Second.
Sorry. Seconded by Councilmember Wiles to approve the consent calendar, item number 10A1 to 10C2. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Horton?
Yes. Sorry.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for motions.
Motion is in order for adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances. Item number 11A1 to 11B1.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve the consent calendar items 11A1 to 11B1.
We have a speaker.
Yes, Mayor, we have speakers for items 11A1, 11A2, and 11A3. Item 11A1, Hashim Coates. Okay, item 11A2 is Hashim Coates. And item 11A3 is Hashim Coates. Those were the only speakers.
Very well. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances. I'm sorry, resolutions and ordinances.
Mayor, we don't have a second for this.
I'm sorry. Okay, it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem, right?
Oh, I thought
And then,
I heard a second, sorry.
Okay, who seconded it?
Hancock.
Councilman Wiles seconded
Well,
it.
you did, right?
Yeah.
No, that was the previous one.
Oh.
That was
so
the
it's-
previous-
Okay, so it was Hancock.
Okay, seconded by moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Hancock. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar resolutions and ordinances. Item number 11A1 to 11B1.
Councilmember Horton.
Sorry, I could get organized, Katie, my boss. Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for resolutions and ordinances.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item 13A?
Item 13A is introduction of ordinance 2026-32, amending Chapter 106 of the Aurora City Code regarding membership requirements for the Aurora Oil and Gas Advisory Committee.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Please turn your microphone on. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeffrey Moore, manager of the city's Energy and Environment Division. This item was continued from last meeting, and I did have a chance to speak with Councilmember Horton last week and appreciated her time to answer some questions. This is proposed ordinance clarifying membership requirements for the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee. The advisory committee was established by council in 2015 to provide advice to council on matters related to oil and gas development in the city. The committee meets quarterly. It's comprised of 3 categories of members. The first is 5 citizen members of Aurora. This was in the original ordinance using that term. Those must be residents. Category B is 3 representatives of the oil and gas industry. The company must be doing operations in Aurora, but the person that represents that company serving on the committee does not have to be a resident of Aurora. And category C was 3 individuals who are surface or property and mineral owners. Generally speaking, these are developers that are developing large areas in Aurora, and the company is working in Aurora, but again, the person does not have to live in Aurora that's serving on that works for that company. 2025, City Council adopted Resolution 78, which reiterates requirements of the City Code, Section 2769, that all board and commission members shall be residents of the city unless specifically stated otherwise in the City Code or Charter. As written, the ordinance that established the committee did not specifically state that the industry members and landowner members did not need to be residents. We believe this has created some uncertainty in the membership categories, and this ordinance is an attempt to provide clarity for the committee. As I've said, it was not the intention of the original ordinance to require industry representatives or property owners to be residents of the city, but they certainly could be. The proposed amendment would clarify these exceptions by making them explicit, and it provides certainty to the volunteers who serve as members of the committee.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
I do have one question.
Please proceed.
Mr. Moore, were you finished?
I just have one final slide. That's okay. Apologies, thank you. The items in yellow, if we can get the slides back, thank you. The items in yellow are the only text we're intending to change there in the ordinance. Again, to clarify, the industry representatives are not required to be residents of Aurora. And then for surface or property owners, while preference will be given to Aurora residents and companies located in Aurora, those folks do not need to be located in Aurora themselves. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order. I'm sorry, questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I guess my only question is that as it's written, there's a slight imbalance toward folks that do not need to be residents of Aurora, right? It's 5 residents and then 6 people who don't need to be. So I don't know if we could clarify that perhaps some of the industry representatives should be residents. I'm not sure, and I just, it is concerning to see that imbalance there.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Hancock.
I'm not sure that that matters as long as they have their stakeholders as they are business owners in the city of Aurora, to require them to also live in the city as well as have a business stake in the city seems highly unusual. And I don't know that that is consistent with any other city. And if that is so, I would be interested in seeing what documentation we would have on something like that.
Further discussion? I'm sorry.
We've delayed this really unnecessarily. I just feel like what Jeffrey has done and the way the board is set up, the way it has been for quite some time, that the stakeholders and the residents, more importantly, are contributing to this commission, and we should move forward with it.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13A.
Mayor, we need a motion and second.
I'm sorry.
I move we adopt. Mayor, I move.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by?
Mayor, second.
Seconded by, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lawson. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question.
Councilmember Horton?
It's delayed, Katie, but yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 13A.
Will the clerk please read the title to item number 13B?
Item 13B is introduction of ordinance 2026-41, submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Aurora, Colorado at a coordinated election on November 3rd, 2026, a proposed amendment to section 4 of article 2 of the city charter concerning municipal elections to direct that regular municipal elections shall be held in even-numbered years, and proposed amendments to section 5 of article 3 to provide for one-time shortened terms of office to facilitate the transition to regular elections occurring in even-numbered years.
Does anybody wish to speak on this?
We do have 4 individuals who would like to speak on this item.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Do you want me to explain it and introduce it first, or?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Jackson, do you want to say anything before you pass it off to me?
Yeah, I'll just add that the intent behind this charter amendment is to increase voter turnout in our local government elections. What we see is that during even year elections, on-year elections, presidential elections, the voter turnout is higher. And we want to make our voting process more effective and efficient for our voters and reach more voters and constituents whose voices are rightfully should be heard by the government when they cast their ballot.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. So the details is amending. This is if passes council via the ordinance, this would go as what we call a ballot initiative that would appear on the November ballot this year for consideration by the electorate in Aurora. What it does is it begins the even year elections in 2030, and to be consistent with the staggering of the elections of our city council members and the at-large members What will happen in 2027, the terms will be shortened from 4 years to 3 years, and they will be up for re-election in 2030 to be the first year of the even year election. And then the terms of the mayor or council members elected in 2029 should also be 3 years, and then their election 3 years later will be in 2032. And we've also fixed some other things in the charter that states that it does count for term limits, that this is if this ballot initiative passes, it allows for this one-time changing of the amount of the term of the mayor or council members to be able to switch to an even year election. And then it adds a ballot question, says, shall Article 2.4 of the City Charter of Aurora, City of Aurora, Colorado be amended to direct that regular municipal elections shall be moved from odd-numbered years to even-numbered years with corresponding amendments to Article 3.5 of the Aurora City Charter to allow one-time shortened terms of office necessary to implement the transition to even-numbered year elections, and there'll be a yes or no.
Motion is in order.
Would you
I'm
like for
sorry,
the public to speak first?
Okay.
Hashim Coates, followed by Ayante Anderson.
Just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Jackson for sponsoring such an important amendment. Any of your colleagues that are going to vote in the negative against this are actually in support of voter suppression because they understand that voters turnout during the elections where they're currently on odd years help benefit MAGA Republicans like Angela Lawson, Stephanie Hancock, Curtis Gardner, and Francois Bergen to be elected. And so it is very clear that Aurora, with all state house representatives are Democrats, all of your state senators are Democrats, all of your school board members are Democrats, and when the voters finally got a whiff of the turmoil that was happening in this council chamber, they decided to send Democrats to the Aurora City Council. And so anybody that is going to be in opposition are likely individuals currently on their phones during their council meetings or currently on their tablets or their computers during council meetings. So those are the individuals who should not be sent back to these chambers. And that's why this resolution is important, to increase voter participation so that the era of Angela Lawson, Stephanie Hancock, Curtis Gardner, Francois Bergen can come to an end. But we know that folks don't show up in the numbers that they need to during off-year elections. And these individuals have benefited from it. They have utilized your tax dollars to sit on their phones, to sit on their computers, to not show up to work. And Aurora deserves so much better than that. Aurora deserves so much better than that. They deserve a city council that has been hardworking, like the new majority that has come onto council. We've seen more progress when voters paid attention in the last election to the chaos because they sent people that were going to do the right things for the people. That is what happens when voters turn out. That is what happens when you have high voter turnout. But again, you have individuals on this council who don't even like coming to work. So that should show up in your votes in 2026 and in 2028. And I would say that it is selfless because it is my understanding, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is my understanding that if this passes, individuals who were just elected last year are going to be giving up a year on their terms, or that's not going to happen anymore? Okay, all right, never mind. But if it was the case, that would have been a selfless act, but I still know that even if that were the case, I'm almost certain that all of y'all would have still, some of y'all, the 6 of y'all would have voted in the affirmative, even if it meant shortening your terms, because you know what's right for the people. So I do hope that this passes. I do hope that the city of Aurora gets more participation. They deserve it because they deserve better leadership. Because what they have here, this is a sham.
Median Schaffner, followed by Juan Marcano. Juan Marcano.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Juan Marcano, and I am a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of 13B. In an era where our democratic process is under attack by debunked lies at the federal level, this ballot question seeks to strengthen democracy by expanding the franchise here at the local level. Y'all already know that turnout for our municipal elections and across the country are very low. And the question that this ordinance is going to put on the ballot is a proven solution to that problem. There are cities all across the country that have moved their elections to even years, and they have seen dramatic increases in their voter participation, sometimes even outperforming the top of the ticket federal races, which is something that I was really surprised by. Aurora would not be the first city to hold municipal elections in even years here in Colorado. Parker, Castle Rock, and Boulder have already done so. However, we would be the largest city to make this change. And I just want to thank Councilmember Jackson for having the courage to introduce this measure and to want to engage more of our neighbors in the democratic process. And I also strongly encourage the full council to support this measure so that we can expand the franchise here in Aurora. Thank you all for your time.
That was the last individual.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 13B.
Second.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Jackson.
Jackson.
Councilmember Jackson. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Jackson.
can our city attorney clarify the term limits and when they go into effect, just based off of the public discussion we had about 3-year terms?
So, correct. So you guys were elected last year, right? So you're up for re-election in 2029. So you'll have your 4-year term, and then if this passes by the votes in 2029, you'll run for re-election, but it will be for a 3-year term, and then your 3rd term will be elected in 2032. So you will be shortening one of your, if you get re-elected, you will be shortening your term by 1 year, same as the council members and the mayor who are on next year. There'll be a 3-year term, and the even year elections will start in 2030. That's why it's for the 3 years, just to be able to align those and keep the elections staggered.
Thank you for that.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
I was driving during study session here, so I didn't get to speak, but I do want to speak to Councilmember Hancock used the phrase, get lost in the sauce. And that's exactly my concern about this particular effort. It has been, when I first heard about it as an idea and as a concept and what it could mean for municipal turnout. I also, as I've been digesting this and read through what Councilmember Jackson and staff have put forward, is also being asset-based about what this could be potentially. What was expressed was the deficit, right, of getting lost in the sauce, local elections not being prioritized, that folks are not going to vote down the ballot, et cetera, et cetera. And still legitimately my concern, and on the flip side, all of us sitting on this dais were voted by just a handful of 1,000 people, a couple thousand people, whereas we represent tens of thousands across our city, and of course the whole city as well. And I think this is an opportunity to ask the voters, how do we restore that civic ownership and engagement across the board, and focus on why municipal elections, why municipal government is so critical in the connectedness that people have. And so, I mean, I think the ball's in the air where I really stand. And to Mayor Pro Tem Coombs' point during study session is this is an opportunity to let the voters decide.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, there was just one item that I did not mention during the study session that I think is really important. And that is the opportunity for a coalition building that this creates. There was a lot of commentary about us being overshadowed by federal, state, and county candidates. about the possibility that our election costs, our campaign costs are going to skyrocket. But I think what that ignores is the opportunity to build relationships through campaigns across the state, county, local, and federal partners. And I think we all know that when we're working together with those other partners, we're more successful than when we're working in silos or when we're at odds. So I also look forward to potentially that opportunity should the voters decide that this is what they'd like to see.
Further discussion? I rise in opposition. I think that this will bury nonpartisan races to the bottom of a fairly long ballot, and that there'll be a significant drop-off by the time they get there. This will dramatically raise the cost of campaigning for local nonpartisan races. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 2 no votes from Councilmember Lawson and Hancock to approve item 13B.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 13C?
Item 13C is introduction of ordinance 2026-42, amending Chapter 134, Article 11 of the City Code pertaining to automated vehicle identification systems. And Mayor, there's one person who has signed up to speak.
Very well.
Hashim Coates. He's not here.
Brief presentation by staff.
I'm Sergeant Stevenson Carey on the bottom. Can you hear me now? I'm a Sergeant Stevenson Carey assigned to traffic. And then what we're bringing forth here is just a proposed change in the ordinance. The reason is because Senate Bill 26-152 becomes effective on August 12th. The change to this amendment is compliance-driven. This ordinance does not expand the city's legal authority to conduct automated speed enforcement. Before we get too far into this is related to what's called AVIS, which is an acronym for Automated Vehicle Identification System. It is an automated speed enforcement program. It is not an automated license plate reader, which is ALPR. It is strictly only something that is triggered when there is a qualifying event. The major changes that are going to be from the Senate Bill 26-152 is it's going to switch from registered owner responsibility, or it's going to switch to registered owner responsibility, which is different than what we did have, which was identifying the driver of the vehicle. So it removes driver identification language. It removes the procedures that are in place to dispute driver identity. And this will also update notices of the violation. Additionally, with this, because it is only required now for the registered owner, it will no longer be required to take pictures of the driver, just of the vehicle and the event that triggered it. There will be an update to civil penalty schedules. The major changes will be less than 6 miles per hour would be a statutory exception for a warning. 6 to 9 miles per hour over would be a first violation warning. Subsequent violations could be subject to a civil penalty. Then 10 to 24 miles would be a civil penalty also, but then 25 miles per hour over would be a civil penalty with a maximum penalty of $120. The reason this last part is different, the 25 miles an hour over is different, is because initially with the process, we had to have a sworn officer that had to get assigned that ticket and go make contact. Now, because this is being switched to a civil penalty, that changes with the language. I'd also like to clarify that even though the state statute does have these different areas of less than 6 miles per hour or 6 to 9 miles per hour, the way that we have it programmed through Vera is it's 11 miles an hour or over. So those other instances that are under 11 miles an hour will not trigger anything, will not capture anything. The other change also would be the dismissal procedures. The ordinance will now require the registered owner to show proof of either sold or transfer to the vehicle, proof that the vehicle was stolen or stolen license plate, or a deceased registered owner. There would be an affidavit that they would have to submit within 45 days of getting the notification. And that's pretty... And then that is pretty much it, other than with the mobile units that we have. They do not need to be, they are not required to have a 30-day grace period or warning period if they are moved, as long as they are not a brand-new device.
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Councilmember Jackson.
Just a question. With the updated photograph of the license plate and not the operator, would there ever be a situation where you'd need to cross-reference, like the owner of the car to the driver of the car? And can you help me to understand what the like how, I'm having trouble understanding the apparatus that's used to take the picture, and is it stationary, is it on the light? So just all of that.
So the device itself is a stationary device. I mean, it is mobile because we have a technician that's employed through the department who is able to move them around to different spots in the city. But when it's set in place, it is stationary. It's not affixed to a light or a light pole or anything. It's generally put on the side of the road. There are stipulations on warnings that are supposed to be put a certain distance away from it. There's also a lot of stipulations in statute that go into where we can place these. It's not just randomly put out. There's stipulations in that, and then analytical work based off of our crash data that goes into it. And then, I'm sorry, what was the other part you asked?
If you don't take a picture of the operator, if there's a dispute around, I wasn't driving my car, and you just have the license plate, would that ever happen?
So Sergeant, let me grab that from the legal side. So, Councilmember Jackson, because these are civil in nature, basically what the new statute did from the legislature said, hey, we don't care who the operator is. This is about who the registered owner is. And it actually puts the onus on the registered owner to go back to their friend that was driving their car and say, hey, I have to pay a $75 civil infraction because you were speeding in my car.
And part of the reason for that is, again, given some of the concerns out there around taking pictures of folks, that those pictures could be used for other things. I think that was part of the rationale behind the legislature. So now there is not a reason to be taking pictures of drivers of vehicles. And so we have, even though the functionality remains with our vendor, we have turned that off. We're not taking pictures of drivers at this point because it used to be a defense. You could say, hey, I'm not the driver, I'm not the person in there, but the change in law removes that as an affirmative defense. It's to the registered owner.
Okay, and quick follow-up, is this any traffic violation or only speeding?
It's only speeding.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
so moved.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Mayor, second.
Second by Councilmember Lawson. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13C.
Councilmember Lawson? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 13C.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 15A.
Katie, if I may, Mayor, if I may have a second.
Please.
So on the annexations, as you all can recall, at the last council meeting, all of these items that were ordinances that were passed had a public hearing. We had, each was called separately and each passed unanimously. But right now, as the council rules are getting updated, the current council rules do not allow for annexation ordinances that were in place that passed unanimously to be on the consent. However, thinking that there are 15A to 15J with some resolutions attached herein, they would also be eligible for consent. A motion could be in order to suspend the council rules, which require a 2/3 vote, to allow these 15A to 15J to be heard as a group with a very limited presentation from our team and vote on in one vote if the motion is made. And if everybody needs help with it, let me know.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow all items under annexations, 15A through 15J, to be voted on through a single motion.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Mayor second.
Second by Councilmember Lawson. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call for the question on the motion. What's it?
I was just trying to figure out how many people.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Jackson votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously to suspend the council rules to vote on all annexation items together.
And man, real quick, I forgot to also mention, we didn't have any speakers signed up for any of those items either, correct?
No.
Awesome, okay.
Okay. Motion is in order for the adoption of item 15A through,
That was just suspending the rules.
now
we're voting.
Yeah, now we need a motion on 15A through 15J.
Gotcha.
okay. Motion is in order on the adoption of 15A through 15J.
Mayor so moved.
Moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by?
Hancock.
Second by Councilmember Hancock. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the motion.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horton. Thank you. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt items 15A through 15J.
Will clerk please read the title to item number 16A?
Mayor, can we take a brief recess?
Very well. Council will stand in recess until 7:30.
Here. I'm just going to give you this.
So I would call.
Just call it up and
Hey, Mayor, can I borrow your gal?
Yeah, we'll give it to you, we'll pass it down. That works. You're going to call the meeting back to order, though.
The meeting of the Aurora City Council is called to order.
Okay,
Hold on a second. Let's call the item up. 16A, Mayor.
Would the clerk now please read title to item number 16A?
Item 16A is a public hearing consideration of a call-up by the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to review a conditional use for a motor vehicle fuel dispensing station within the MUC zone district and site plan application.
Okay, the city, and let me just say, the city attorney has advised me that I'm disqualified to vote on this issue because the applicant or the property owner had reached out to me and I had a discussion with the property owner and gave the property owner some advice. So with
Mayor.
that, I'm sorry.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I have to recuse.
Well, hold on one second. Let me
sorry.
pass it to Mayor Pro Tem, and then you can call Councilmember Wells. And then call on me afterwards, yeah.
public hearing is now.
Oh, not yet. Oh, go to Councilmember Wells, and then come to
Okay,
me first.
Councilmember Wiles.
I have to recuse myself from this item.
And state real brief reason.
Oh, because before I was elected, I met with some of the people and signed their petition.
All right.
And then Mayor Pro Tem, I also am recusing myself because my Aurora home is in Harmony. And I'm going to have my chief deputy of the civil division, our new chief deputy who just got sworn in, Holly Burkholz. She gets to, so make sure you give her a tough time for me. But Councilmember Wiles, the mayor and I are stepping down because I don't want anybody thinking any of my legal advice is leaning one way or the other. So I will watch from the galley.
Well,
now you can call the public hearing open.
exciting times. I don't think we've seen that many recusals at once. I'll give Ms. Burkholz the opportunity to sit down. All right. And now the public hearing is open. I will hand it over to our staff to introduce the item.
Great. Good evening, councilors. My name is Ani Karabashian, and I will be presenting staff on both agenda items in one combined presentation for the conditional use and site plan of all-in-one Harmony Commercial. The project request is one conditional use for a motor vehicle fuel dispensing station in a mixed-use corridor zone district and a site plan. The location is the southeast corner of East Alameda Avenue and South Powhatan Road. The zoning is mixed-use corridor or administrative activity center, sub-area C, and the place type is commercial hub. The following is a general summary of the project history. The project's development application began in August 2025. September 23rd, 2025, a neighborhood meeting was held after the first review as there was significant public comment received in opposition to the project. In January, the Planning Commission tabled the project indefinitely to have the applicant go back to the public to address issues brought up by the public in the public comment portion of the hearing. In February, a second neighborhood meeting was held as in response to Planning Commission's request for the applicant to share their updates to their project and address any additional community concerns. On May 13th, a second Planning Commission hearing was held where ultimately the commission voted unanimously to approve the project, citing in their decision that the criteria of approval for the conditional use and site plan had been met. And then on June 8th, a city council voted up to call up the application. This project was called up by city council, who is authorized to call up any project that goes to planning commission according to code section 1465311. With a call up, city council has the authority to approve with conditions, modify, or reverse the decision of the planning commission. City council may also remand the application back to the planning commission with the direction of further consideration. This is an overview of the two types of development applications associated with this project. The first is the conditional use. A conditional use is a land use that may be permitted if found to be compatible with the adjacent uses and would not change the character of the neighborhood. There are associated approval criteria found in Code Section 146.543A that are used to evaluate on if a conditional use should be approved with conditions, or denied. The approval criteria will be discussed further in this presentation. The second application is a site plan. A site plan is a detailed plan depicting how a site will be developed. The site plan approval is linked to the approval of the conditional use. Without the approval of the conditional use, the site plan is invalid since there are elements of the conditional use, i.e. the motor vehicle fueling station, that are central to the design of the site plan. The site plan must comply with the approval criteria found in Code Section 146.543B. This is the vicinity map that shows the location of the site, shown by the white box on the screen. The site is on the southeast corner of Powhatan Road and Alameda Avenue. There are existing residential neighborhoods, Harmony and Adonia, to the north and northeast of the site across Alameda Avenue and Powhatan Road. This is an aerial image of the site. The site is 1.45 acres in size and currently undeveloped. The project site is zoned Administrative Activity Center, which is commercial mixed-use zoning. Any land within an Administrative Activity Center must follow the standards applicable to the MUC zone district. The surrounding area is zoned Medium Density Residential Zone District, otherwise known as R2, and west of the site across Powhatan Road is vacant land designated as an Administrative Activity Center in the Parklands Master Plan. Here is a map illustrating the comprehensive plan place types for the area. The project site is designated as commercial hub place type from the comprehensive plan, which the proposed commercial land uses are considered a primary land use. The proposal is located in Planning Area 1 of the Harmony Commercial Master Plan, which is designated for commercial development. This is the first project proposed in the Harmony Commercial Master Plan area. The master plan area is planned to have other commercial sites to the south and east of this proposal. And these are site photos of the site. The following items listed on the screen were issues discussed during development review. Code requires that motor vehicle fuel dispensing stations cannot be located within 500 feet of a school. The closest school is a half-mile north of the project site, which is approximately 2,300 feet. The closest liquor store in the area is approximately 2.48 miles for the project, which is 13,000 feet. The code requires that retail liquor stores be separated by 1,500 feet in distance. The closest commercial development is approximately over 2 miles northwest of the project site, directly east of E470 at the intersection of East 6th Parkway and North Gun Club. These commercial businesses are two gas stations with a convenience store. Both of these businesses are 24-hour operations. This slide shows the overall proposal with the site plan and building elevations. This is a general overview of the proposal, which includes one 9,767 square foot multi-tenant retail building with 3 tenant spaces with 1 fuel canopy and 1 patio area. The tenant spaces are proposed to be occupied by a convenience store, liquor store, and restaurant. The hours of operation proposed are motor vehicle fuel dispensing station and convenience store, 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. Liquor store, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Restaurant, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. The fuel canopy is located behind the building, which complies with code requirements regarding the placement of fuel canopies. The proposed building meets the building design requirements for single-story commercial buildings. The building elevations are shown on the right side of the screen. The overall project design complies with the use-specific standards for use or motor vehicle fueling stations. The project includes a required landscape buffer around the site as highlighted by the green area on the site plan pictured on the screen. Public improvements include road and sidewalk improvements to all sides of the site. The right-of-way improvements are in compliance with the Harmony Commercial Master Plan Public Improvements Plan. The following items related to the conditional use criteria that are discussed during development review phase and were what staff reviewed to evaluate how this project complied with the conditional use criteria. The first was the project's compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance standards. The project complies with all applicable UDO standards, including not limited to the use-specific standards for motor vehicle fuel dispensing stations and liquor stores. Second, there is documentation and zoning designation that establishes the site as a planned commercial area, which factored into the staff's evaluation on the project's impact on the predominant character of the surrounding area. This includes the comprehensive plan, which designates the site as a commercial hub place type, the zoning, which is an administrative activity center, which is commercial mixed-use zoning. The Harmony Commercial Master Plan approved by the city in 2024 designated the site as a commercial area, and the map on the screen shows the master plan overlaid over the property to illustrate the master plan area and context of the surrounding area. Third was the project design, which staff evaluated the scale of the project in relation to the surrounding area. The project proposes a compatible design with the surrounding area, including a low-scale one-story building, the business's main entrances and fuel canopy oriented away from residential uses with the fuel canopy behind the building, landscape buffers, and its location being bounded by 2 arterial streets, and then lighting that is compliant with code with downcast fixtures to minimize glare and limit light spillover onto adjacent properties. In regards to community response, 14 abutting property owners and 7 registered neighborhood organizations were notified. 2 neighborhood meetings were held during the development review process. A notice of hearing boards and mailings were posted and sent for the city council hearing, and no comments received upon notice of hearing boards were posted upon those notices. This is a general overview of the public's comments and concerns shared during the development review period of the project, neighborhood meetings, and planning commission hearings. On the screen is a timeline of the sequence of neighborhood meetings and planning commission hearings. In summary, residents' main concerns with the project were the proposed hours of operation that conflicted with their neighborhood quiet hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. The proposed commercial businesses, especially the motor vehicle fuel dispensing station, convenience store, and liquor store, and their impact on safety, and concerns related to noise, light, and the environment. Based on initial feedback received during the first neighborhood meeting and the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant made the following changes that were presented in the second neighborhood meeting and second Planning Commission hearing. The hours of operation changed for motor vehicle fuel dispensing station and convenience store from 24-hour operations to 4 a.m. to 12 a.m. to ultimately 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. And liquor store hours of operation changed from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. to ultimately 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. They addressed to address security concerns, the applicant proposed having an overnight employee to be present at the convenience store to discourage loitering during the closed hours of operation, in addition to the 24/7 surveillance cameras, license plate readers, no loitering policy, and on-site panic buttons. And the third item was a good neighbor agreement. On the screen are the conditional use approval criteria with the associated planning analysis in the right column. The planning analysis illustrates how planning staff evaluated the conditional use for a motor vehicle fuel dispensing station during development review to determine how the project meets the conditional use criteria. As a reminder, the Unified Development Ordinance defines a conditional use as a use that may be permitted if found to be compatible with the adjacent uses and would not change the character of the neighborhood. The project complies with the first criteria as the project complies with the applicable Unified Development Ordinance standards and is part of the approved commercial area designed in the Harmony Commercial Master Plan. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The motor vehicle fuel dispensing station is consistent with the commercial hub place type as a commercial use. In terms of size, scale, height, traffic, and hours of operation, the proposal is compatible due to its design, orientation of commercial uses with the fueling oriented away from the residential uses, meets building architecture code, and is buffered by landscaping, or the landscape buffers, and 2 major streets. As mentioned before, previously in this presentation, this is a planned commercial area established by zoning, comprehensive plan place types, approved master plan, which is additionally establishes that this area was planned as a commercial area and will not change the predominant area as it was planned. The application is proposing infrastructure improvements needed to service the project. And then lastly, in regards to the application mitigating any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree practicable, the proposed design prioritizes lighting and commercial activity that is oriented away from residential properties. The applicant did meet with residents at 2 neighborhood meetings to address their concerns, and the applicant did make changes to their hours of operation in response to the public concern, even though the changes may not have resolved all public complaints. The code permits retail businesses to operate to midnight, and there are no adjustments proposed. In regards to staff findings, staff first would like to note that the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the conditional use for motor vehicle fuel dispensing stations in MUC Zone District on May 13th, 2026 with a unanimous vote of 6-0. With the approval criteria in mind, staff recommends to approve agenda item conditional use for motor vehicle fuel dispensing station MUC for the following reasons listed on the screen as previously discussed, with the approval to be subject to the following condition noted on the screen. And then the site plan, this is the approval criteria for the site plan with no major adjustment, and the project complies with the applicable site plan approval criteria as it complies with all applicable UDO and Harmony Commercial Master Plan requirements. And then lastly, in regards to staff findings, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the site plan with no major adjustments on May 13th, 2026, with a unanimous vote of 6-0. With the approval criteria in mind, staff recommends to approve the site plan with no major adjustments for the following reasons listed on the screen, with the approval to be subject to the following conditions noted. This is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you for everyone for listening. Staff and the applicant team are here to answer any questions, and the applicant has a presentation after me as well.
All right, the applicant can go ahead and give your presentation. Thank you, Ani. A total of up to 15 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, good evening, City Council members, Mr. Mayor, and my fellow Aurora residents. My name is Manraj Singh, and I have my business partner Akash with me. Thank you for allowing me to present my flagship store, All-in-One. That will be built in Aurora by an Aurora family just for this neighborhood. A little background on me and my family. My dad has been in the industry for 30 plus years. He immigrated here in the 80s and actually bought his first store on Quincy in Memphis here in Aurora, where he would work open to close for about a decade to provide for me and my sister. And what he would achieve is the American dream. I'm part of the Sikh community here who have all came here to support me, and a lot of us live in Aurora. I attended Murphy Creek P through 8, so right down the street from where I'm developing this. Then went to Aurora Frontier, graduated from Cherokee Trail, and graduated from University of Denver. In 2021, I took over the leadership role and decided to expand the business from my dad. Let me start off by saying this is not your typical gas station. This is my flagship design. I incorporated high-end materials, provided a premium shopping experience for the customers, and a lot of the influence is from my degree in hospitality.
And I thought there was no other place to bring this than to my hometown here in Aurora. Here's a quick look at how the inside is going to look. I hired an interior designer who has designed places like Molly's Spirits, Punch Bowl Social, and a lot of high-end boutique hotels. The site is located on the corner of Alameda and Powhatan. The area is already approved for commercial as well as across the street. You might be asking why here? Well, Powhatan will be a major arterial road with projections of over 25,000 cars by 2035, and that's off your guys' website. If you live in Southeast Aurora like me, the quickest way to the airport currently is if you take E470 or you take 225. This road here, Powhatan, is going to connect down to Aerotropolis Boulevard, which will serve as the quickest way to the airport. This 20-acre commercial hub is located in the middle of 30,000 planned homes within a 3-mile radius. There's no existing services besides a few gas stations that are about 3 to 4 miles away driving. The site plan here shows, again, it's not your typical gas station. We're meeting 4 different needs in the area. Alongside the fuel convenience store, a high-end wine and spirit store, we're bringing the area's very first restaurant, which will be owned and operated by a local. And I would also like to point out there is no drive-through. The elevation is a quick look at the building and how it's going to look. It's very aesthetically pleasing. It's a timeless design with neutral colors, and it's very warm and inviting. So why are we trying to go here now? The need is definitely there with the traffic and houses being built. As a developer, we will be responsible for completing the road, which is currently only a single lane, traffic signals, and bring proper drainage to the site. We have other developers wanting to come in along with us, but with the gas station being built first, it's going to help jumpstart the development in this community. Every day this land sits vacant is a disservice to the thousands of residents who need and desire convenience. There's a lot of tax money being lost that could be generated and possibly leaking into other cities. I'm currently one of the only developers who is willing to be the first mover in the area. We've had multiple neighborhood meetings, with the first one having close to 40 neighbors being opposed to it. By the last one, there were about 5 still opposed. The concerns included things like crime and safety, light pollution, property values, environmental risks, hours of operation, and ongoing accountability. So research shows having a business on the corner with 24/7 cameras, license plate readers, an overnight staff member, proper lighting, and located on a busy street is not going to attract criminals. Actually, it will deter them. I believe that if a crime is already prevalent in an area, a gas station doesn't attract more. For instance, if we have the same building located in a nice part of town and the same building located in the rough part of town, the gas station is not the reason why it's high in criminal activity. It's the demographics, it's the clientele. Same thing goes with loitering. It depends on the area. We are not in the business of having loiterers on the property, so we are obviously going to try to prevent that. Another concern was light pollution. As you can see from this light study, the yellow shows where the light will leak out to the farthest, none of which are near homes. We also have bushes and trees mitigating this, and the canopy facing inward towards the property, not towards any houses. Another concern was property values. Studies have shown that home buyers will pay a premium to be next to convenience retail, like a gas station. Gas stations are typically located in a commercial corridor, which are pre-planned and zoned for by the city. What actually does impact house prices is being next to a busy road. But that is already accounted for when home buyers pay for the cheaper lot by the street instead of a little bit further inside the neighborhood. We did our own study and found that in 2025, after the 7-Eleven and QT were built up the street, homes near the store sold at or above asking price. Before, they were selling slightly below. Gas stations are one of the most regulated uses in the state. Double wall tanks, double wall lines to prevent any leaks, along with leak detection systems, automatic shutoffs during overfill leaks or pressure failures. Dispensers and systems are tested by the state and EPA, And we also conduct our own testing that exceeds state requirements. Having an all-in-one generates tax revenue and helps keeps those taxes within the city. We project that this location will generate about $1.24 million in taxes for Aurora and the great state of Colorado. This is money that we don't have today and will go to things like police, fire, schools, parks, fund rec centers, and roads. Now, we want to be good stewards to the neighborhood, so instead of going 24 hours, we've decided to reduce our hours from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. This will discourage any late night activity and help keep the neighborhood quiet. We've also incorporated a good neighbor agreement. I'm also in the business of creating experiences and memories for my customers, so I wanted to create a third space for the community. I've incorporated a patio, a My Little Library, and also a place where the community can come together, have some ice cream, sit in the park, and enjoy the day. I've also provided a community contact for neighbors. If they have any problems, it can be addressed quickly. We will also remove any trash or graffiti within 48 hours to maintain a nice standard. And of course, APD will have access to our cameras any time or day to help solve problems. I want to bring this back to the basics. This is one of the fastest growing parts of Aurora. 30,000 new homes are being planned in this area. That need isn't going away. The demand is real. What I'd ask you to consider is who's building it. We're not a national chain that opens a location and moves on. We're an Aurora family. We'll be at this store every day. If a neighbor has a concern, they don't call a 1-800 number. They can come in, talk to us directly in person. Our employees have been with us for years, not weeks. They know how to run a clean, well-kept site because it's their neighborhood too. I understand a few neighbors have concerns, and I respect that, but I'd ask council to weigh this. The need for this situation in this area isn't in question. It's already been through unanimous plan commission approval. The real question is whether it's run by an operator who's invested for the long haul. That's exactly what we intend to be, and we're asking for the chance to prove it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. We'll have the members of the community speak first, and then council will have the opportunity to ask questions. So if you can stick around for that. Thank you. So Katie, do we have individuals signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, the first person is Mark Saxelby, followed by Aditi Desai.
Ready? Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of the Aurora City Council. My name is Mark Saxelby. I, too, am an Aurorian for 27 years. I live in Aurora in the Harmony neighborhood. Not only myself, my in-laws, and my eldest son own a home. We moved there from Saddle Rock. Have you ever heard the saying, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig? If you believe that fairy tale, I shame on you. Before I begin, I'd like the Planning Commission for the time and effort they dedicated. We appreciate that they did what they did. We recognize their volunteers. We recognize that they looked at the applicant and they checked the boxes. But the Aurora City Code 146 5.39C2 allows the city to consider unpaid obligations and financial matters when evaluating an application. Aurora City Code 146 5.39D1 further allows the city to evaluate an applicant's past performance. These provisions exist for a reason. They are designed to protect Aurora residents when conditional use approvals are being considered. If you haven't visited the other 3 properties that this gentleman has opened up, you will be surprised, hence why I call this a fairy tale story. In April of this year, in April of 25, 56 and Dunkirk, the legal entity that owns the land in question operated by Manraj Singh, had multiple liens placed on them in Denver County. Additionally, MSN Investments, another company operated by Manraj Singh, had liens placed on them in Adams County for failing to pay unemployment taxes. These are concerning pattern of financial instability paired with the Dun & Bradstreet reports lead us residents to doubt the success of this business proposed. And by the way, the other three they opened, he sold. Residents reviewing public records identified multiple entities associated with the applicant and related parties, including Sandu Investments Group, Nix Investment, MSN Investments, Murphy Creek Liquor, Compark Convenience, and others. We also found records suggesting several of these entities were involved in bankruptcies and financial distress. We respectfully ask the city to independently verify those records and consider their relevance to the application. We also reviewed information indicating that Sandu Investments Group received a Dun & Bradstreet delinquency score of 18, which is described as indicating a high-risk, severe payment delinquency. And again, we ask the city to independently verify that information. We're also concerned by what appears to be a pattern of developing gas stations and later selling them. A gas station is not a normal commercial building. Once again, lipstick on a pig. Do any of you go to your local gas station to take your family to hang out with your neighbors? No. If a site becomes distressed, like the sites on Smoky Hill in Liverpool and Himalaya, that's what we're going to end up with. Thank you.
Aditi Desai, followed by Erikika Sanders.
My name is Aditi Desai, and I am a Harmony resident and homeowner along with 7 neighbors here tonight. None of the people sitting with Manraj Singh, I don't know if they're going to speak, are homeowners in Harmony, so this project does not directly impact them. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of nearly 800 residents who have participated in this process because they care deeply about our community. Let me start by saying this clearly. We support development, we support local businesses, and we support growth. What we oppose is a proposal that we believe is incompatible with the neighborhood we chose to call home. Aurora City Code requires that a conditional use be compatible with surrounding uses and that it not change the predominant character of the surrounding area. This proposal includes a motor vehicle fueling dispensing station and convenience store operating from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m., with a liquor store operating from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and a restaurant from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. This commercial activity extends beyond the quiet residential environment Harmony residents currently enjoy and respect. Our community quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Harmony is a community defined by families, parks, open spaces, children playing outside. Residents walk with their dogs together, ride bicycles, and gather with each other. This is the character we invested in, not a gas station. I don't think that Manraj truly understands what a third space means. It does not mean gas stations with security cameras, rails on their windows. That is not a third space. Nearly 800 residents, and I have all of the verified names here on the petition, signed a petition against this on change.org, opposing this proposal because they believe it would fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood. The strength of that opposition speaks for itself. A few neighbor comments capture what we've heard throughout this process. This is a family neighborhood. We want businesses that promote safe family activities. We need beneficial growth, not another gas station or liquor store. These comments are not anti-growth. They are pro-community. We didn't find out about this meeting until late on Thursday. We would have had so many more neighbors here if we had found out sooner, but they could not find childcare in time. The question before the council is not whether commercial development belongs on this site. The question is whether this particular development satisfies Aurora's conditional use standards and whether this is a developer we can trust to launch successful, well-maintained, and economically beneficial businesses. I've emailed City Council for weeks and left messages for the City Clerk. I ask you to please consider the packet I emailed today with additional information before making a decision. It includes petition information, these photos of the gas stations we visited that Manraj built, and it has so much more information that will help make an informed decision about this. Thank you so much.
Erikika Sanders, followed by Shelby Moore.
Good evening, members of the Aurora City Council. Thank you for your service to our Aurora community. My name is Erica Sanders. I'm a realtor of 22 years serving families in the Aurora area, and I'm a homeowner in the Harmony community. Every day I help families make one of the largest financial investments of their lives. One thing I can tell you with certainty is at that level of financial investment, people do not simply buy homes. They buy neighborhoods, they buy lifestyle, they buy dreams and vision for their future. When buyers evaluate a community, they consider the schools, the parks, the traffic patterns, nearby businesses, safety, crime, lighting, walkability, and overall good neighborhood character. Harmony has been attractive because it offers something many buyers are actively seeking: a quiet, safe, friendly environment where individuals and families can enjoy a community-oriented space with parks, trails, open space, and a strong sense of identity. And that identity has value. When buyers see the gas station and liquor store located immediately adjacent to residential homes and not at a busy intersection, directly in the middle of a residential road across the street from a park, those factors directly influence how they will view the neighborhood and whether or not they are willing to invest there. And I'm going to tell you, in 22 years of real estate selling homes, I have never once had a buyer say, I like to live near the gas station. Never once. Nearly 800 residents and neighbors have publicly opposed this project. That level of rejection sends a clear message about how the people who live in and around the community perceive the proposal. In real estate, perception influences demand, and demand influences property values. In my professional opinion, as a realtor, a gas station and liquor store in this particular location, due to its very close proximity to surrounding single-family homes, is likely to negatively impact property values. Please note that failing property values and crime rates are strongly correlated. And to strengthen the Aurora community, we need more neighborhoods with low crime rates. Residents and homeowners are not opposed to development. We're asking for thoughtful development that strengthens the identity of community, supports the investment homeowners have already made, and enhances and positively contributes to the neighborhood for years to come. And we want those individuals to be part of the Harmony community. I respectfully ask the council to consider these impacts and to deny this proposal. Thank you very much for listening.
Shelby Moore, followed by Cameron Moore.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. My name is Shelby Moore. I'm a Harmony resident as well as my husband, Cameron Moore, who's going to be speaking after me. Tonight, I want to talk about the Aurora City Code, the UDO Code 146-539D1 and D2. This allows the city to consider evidence of false or misleading statements made by the applicant during the application process, as well as evidence of bad faith interactions with the public and property owners. Throughout this process, residents have attended several meetings. We've reviewed documents. We've done our own independent research on the applicant, on all the numerous businesses tied to him across all the counties in our area. And he has had a pattern of building the gas station liquor store combos and selling them. He built one in Murphy Creek in 2012. He sold it in 2016. He built one in Parker, Colorado in 2021 and sold it in 2024. He also built one in Green Valley Ranch. His statement saying that this is his flagship store, that it is not a copy and paste, is a blatant lie. He built one in Green Valley Ranch that is nearly identical to the one that he has proposed today. It is also named All-in-One as well. So it is the same. It is not a flagship store. He has bought and sold. That is his MO. That is his past track record. Additionally, statements saying that this is new tax money, new tax revenue that's going to be generated for Aurora is a blatant lie as well. All of the gas stations and liquor stores that are in the surrounding area that the current residents use are already in Aurora. It is just going to simply spread that tax revenue away from the QT and 7-Eleven to this, if anyone even goes to it, because I, for one, on principle alone and not going to that. But the residents in Traditions are not going to backtrack to this gas station when QT is on their way out. Additionally, for evidence of the bad faith interactions with the public, in the neighborhood meeting in February, he did not adequately address our concerns. He stated numerous times in that meeting that he did not need to take any of the neighbors' concerns into mind or address them. The neighbors asked why gas station liquor store, why not something else? We are pro-business, just not a gas station and liquor store. He stated that that's the business that he is in and he wouldn't pivot from that. He clearly has no regard for our concerns or any of the actual Aurora or Harmony residents, and he has stated that he does not need to take our considerations in mind. Regarding the additional misleading statements and false statements, one of the presentation topics that he talked about was the safety testing, that it exceeds the state requirements and presented. Thank you.
Cameron Moore, followed by Arvin Martinez.
All right, good evening, City Council. My name is Cameron Moore, and I am a resident of the Harmony neighborhood. I oppose the all-in-one gas station liquor store combo due to violation of the following codes. These codes are summarized in the following: 146.5.4.3.A.3.C. Traffic impacts and hours of operation must be compatible with existing and planned uses in surrounding areas. And then A.3.Delta. Proposed use will not change the predominant character of the surrounding area. Regarding A.3.C, the traffic it would bring into the neighborhood is not welcome. According to one of the latest plans that I've seen, there will not soon enough be an option for someone leaving the all-in-one to head southbound on Powhatan unless they are leaving from Alameda. Alameda will eventually be divided by a median, meaning traffic would have to exit the site heading east into the neighborhood and then go around the roundabout to head west. That is until that lower portion is built on the south side. That would bring in a large amount of unwanted traffic into the neighborhood. And also the hours of operation do not coincide with quiet hours of the neighborhood itself or the park hours nearby. Regarding A.3.D, having a gas station would completely change the predominant character of the surrounding area. Various crime statistics resources show that gas stations are a hotspot for criminal activity, which we absolutely cannot have at the entrance of our neighborhood. The nearest police station is around 15 minutes away, which is nowhere near close enough should any crazy or unwanted activity happen around the proposed all-in-one. Theft, late-night disruptive gatherings, and other concerns are already a thing near the neighborhood, and we think that the all-in-one would only make matters much worse. We are also concerned about light pollution and air quality surrounding the gas station. We do not believe that any of these issues should be something we have to worry about right at the entrance of our neighborhood. Harmony is not opposed to commercial development outside of the neighborhood, but this specific establishment we are not okay with. There is no need for a gas station or liquor store outside of the neighborhood. Again, I am in absolute opposition to this all-in-one. For a little personal background, when we first moved into this lovely over $500,000 house, one of the first things that I was greeted with was having my truck, trailer, and camper stolen because there is such a lack of police presence out there. And the last thing that I want is more people who are buying liquor late at night or screwing around, messing around at a gas station because there's nothing else to do in the area to have to come into the neighborhood or have the option to come into the neighborhood to start scoping out houses, to start driving crazy through the neighborhood where kids are walking around, hopefully not super late at night, but you never know what happens. Again, absolute opposition to this at the outside of our neighborhood. I understand some other Aurora residents might be for this and their friend to help that growth, and I understand that. But as a resident of the neighborhood, this directly affects us, and we are not for it. Thank you.
Arvin Martinez, followed by Rhiannon Athey.
Good evening, members of the Aurora City Council. My name is Arvin Martinez. I'm a Harmony resident, a retired veteran after 22 years of military service in the United States Space Force. I currently support critical defense operations still at Buckley Space Force Base. My concern tonight is not economics. It is health and quality of life. My home already experiences traffic, noise, racing vehicles, activity from a nearby park. Adding a gas station operating around the clock would only increase those impacts. It would clearly exacerbate such activity, considering there's a meeting place for things that my prior neighbor already stated. My concerns go beyond noise. Gas stations emit volatile organic compounds during fueling operations. These emissions contribute to ozone pollution and include pollutants such as benzene and non-carcinogen. Children are particularly vulnerable because their lungs are still developing. Older adults and people with asthma, heart disease, or respiratory conditions can also be more sensitive to air quality impacts. The proposed site is located near homes, a park, and areas frequently used by children and families. There are also concerns regarding light pollution. A gas station never truly goes dark. And we chose to live outside of the center of the city for a reason, because we like our more isolated area and the ability to see the mountains and the stars at night, which is not really a thing you can do in central Aurora. Canopy lights, parking lights, illumination lights, vehicle lights, delivery activity continue long after most residents are asleep. As someone who supports mission-critical operations, sleep and concentration are not luxuries, they are necessities. This is not just a zoning decision, it's a quality of life decision that will affect residents every day and every night. Thank you.
Rhiannon Athy, followed by Rebecca Allen.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rhiannon Athy, and like many of the other people who have been up here this evening to speak, I am also a member of the Harmony community and have been a member there since 2021. As many of us have pointed out, this development is going to cause change to the predominant character of our neighborhood, and the operation proposed are not compatible with the hours of operation are not compatible with the capability and the quiet hours of our neighborhood. This hearing is not just about what the residents oppose, it's also about the hope that us Harmony residents hope that that area can become. When many of us purchased our homes, we knew commercial development was eventually going to arrive and we welcomed it. The question has never been whether development belongs here. The question is what kind of a development belongs here. I understand that he has tried to claim that there will be hours of operation that are more coinciding with the neighborhood itself, but those pumps are still 24/7. So there aren't times that those are going to be shut off, and that's going to allow traffic to still come into the community at all hours of the night. When I think about successful places around the metro area that are neighborhood friendly and development that we would welcome, I'd think about areas like Oneida Park or Tennyson Street or 38th Avenue, even Southlands or the Stanley Marketplace, where people gather and do things together as a community, friends, family, neighbors. When people meet, they go out for dinner, for coffee. Neighbors run into each other, walking in these areas, and build relationships and create experiences that are more family and community focused. Nobody ever says, hey, let's go hang out at the gas station. It's let's meet for dinner, let's grab coffee, let's catch up with so-and-so down the street and plan something together. This is the future that many of us residents envision for Harmony. We would love to see coffee shops, a family restaurant, pet groomer, vets, beauty salon, professional offices, small retail, and most importantly, even a childcare facility. Ward 2 continues to grow rapidly with young families, yet quality of childcare is one of the biggest unmet areas of our need. I don't think we even have a childcare facility anywhere in Ward 2. A child care center would even directly serve the residents of the community and strengthen the community values. We have the opportunity to shape the front door of our neighborhood, and again, we do welcome development, but this is not the development that we hope to see. Thank you.
Rebecca Allen, followed by Envir Purewal. Rebecca Allen. Okay, Envir Purewal, followed by Jason Handal.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anveer Purewal, and I'm a resident of Aurora, and I'm also Manraj's wife. I've known him since 2019, and if there's one thing that I can tell you about him, it's how deeply invested he is in his family's business, not just as a job, but as something he genuinely loves. He keeps a journal on his bedside table, and more nights than not, he's jotting down ideas that come to him late at night, small improvements, things he wants to try, ways to make the stores better. I still remember sitting with him while he brainstormed the name and logo for what became All-in-One. The stores used to just be named after their location plus convenience, and he wanted to change that when he took over to a name that actually meant something memorable. Even on weekends, he'll bring his friends to the stores and ask them to walk through them with him. Initial thoughts, exterior draw, what's working, what isn't, where things feel cluttered, what would make them want to come back. He wants honest feedback, even when it's not flattering. He's always checking out competitors and other gas stations too, just to see what they're doing well and what he can learn from them. And every year he goes to the National Convenience Store Conventions to see the newest products and innovations other stores are adopting, so he can bring the best ideas home. This isn't just a passing interest for him. It's something he thinks about constantly, in his free time, on the weekends, even late at night. And like Manraj mentioned, the demand is clearly here. Unfortunately, the neighborhood isn't located in a quiet rural area. It's in a busy corridor, and it's just a matter of who comes in. This isn't some corporate distant company. This is a local Aurora family that lives 15 minutes away and comes in daily. This project in front of you tonight is really an extension of that same commitment to build something better for this community and for customers who walk through the doors. I hope you'll support this application. Thank you for your time.
Jason Hundal, followed by Veron Sine.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jason Hundal. I'm here today to support the proposed neighborhood gas station multi-tenant building. Before I get started, I'd like to take a quick moment to talk about my background and why I'm so passionate about getting this approved. I am a native to Colorado, born and raised in Aurora, stayed within the Cherry Creek School District. Aurora is my everything. I spent my whole life in Aurora watching new neighborhoods and commercial development get put up. Not once have I seen a high-end commercial building cause issues to residents, always brought us closer. I understand that some residents have concerns, and I respect their opinion, but I believe this project will provide a real benefit to our community and bring us closer. Right now, many of us have to drive farther than necessary just to fill up our vehicles or grab convenience items. I work over 80 hours a week, and I look for convenience, just like every other working person. This project can increase tax revenue that benefits our city and provide a valuable service for the people who live here. Growth is a natural part of every community. And to add on top of that, a lot of my childhood memories are of me walking to local gas stations with neighborhood kids. I would want that for my kids too. My first job was at that local gas station, which I've learned a lot. And to be honest, in a world where almost every kid has a phone or a tablet in their hand, I think that this would be a great opportunity for kids to get out and explore, and families to get together and enjoy things like the proposed restaurant. I don't have much further to say about that. Thank you for your time, for your service to our community, and carefully considering this proposal. Thank you.
Veron Sine, followed by Zara Kayor.
Good evening, Mayor, Kaufman, and member of the Aurora City Council. My name is Virang Desai. I'm Harmony resident and former gas station and convenience store owner. Many people have spoken about what they think might happen if the gas station is built. I would like to speak from my experience because I actually own and operated one. During my time as an owner, I was robbed at gunpoint twice. My employees were robbed a third time at night point. Those events were terrifying and had lasting impact on my family. Importantly, those businesses were not located next to homes, parks, and families. The FBI reported approximately 1.22 million violent crime nationwide in 2024, and robbery remains a significant violent crime category. High-traffic commercial uses that involve cash transactions, alcohol sales, and extended hours naturally face different risks than many other businesses. Can gas station be successful business? Absolutely, but not even location is the right location. Harmony is not a commercial corridor. It's a residential community built around families, trails, parks, and neighborhood. We already have Quick Trip, 7-Eleven, and Murphy Creek serving this area, and none of them pulled in extra businesses. They've been there for 12, 13 years. What Harmony lacks are business that bring residents together and strengthen community life. As someone who understands both the opportunity and risk of this industry, I believe this is the wrong use in a wrong location. The people supporting this do not live in Harmony or a neighboring community. I am Indian and go out of my way to say that, but unfortunately I'm saying that. Thank you.
Okay, Varan Sain, followed by Zara Kayor.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Varan Sai, and I live in Aurora, Colorado. I am speaking tonight as a nearby resident to urge you to approve the proposed all-in-one Harmony project. When new commercial developments are proposed, it's easy to focus on abstract concerns, but as someone who lives here, drives in this area every day, I want to highlight why this applicant deserves our full support. First, All-in-One has already proven to be a good neighbor. They just didn't push forward with the cookie cutter plan. They actively listened to the neighborhood feedback, unlike corporate competitors like Quick Trip, 7-Eleven that push for their 24/7 operation. All-in-One compromised and adjusted their hours to 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. That change directly addressed the neighborhood concerns and the neighborhood quiet hours while still serving the morning commuters and early workers. Second, this fills a practical neighborhood need. Right now, running a simple errand and filling up before work means driving 2.5 miles away and adding unnecessary miles and time for already busy times. Having accessible fuel and basic amenities nearby just makes practical sense for working families and commuters. Finally, empty lots don't build strong communities. Responsible local businesses do. Leaving a site vacant doesn't benefit our area. A clean, well-lit, professionally managed facility with reasonable hours brings private investment into our ward. It generates local sales tax revenue that directly supports Aurora's roads, parks, and emergency services. When an applicant meets the city's code standards and voluntarily scales back operations to accommodate neighborhood concerns, that is exactly the kind of responsible developer we should be encouraging. I ask the City Council to reward the good faith compromise and vote yes on the all-in-one proposal tonight. Thank you for your guys' time.
Zara Kayor, followed by Suki Dillon.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Zara Carr. I'm a resident here in the Aurora community. I am speaking tonight in strong support of this project. Having a local business like this in the neighborhood brings much needed convenience for everyone, making everyday trips easier and keeping our local area active. I know safety and quality of life are top priorities for everyone in this room. That is why I appreciate the team behind this project, listening to the community and taking proactive steps, specifically adjusting their hours of operation and committing to overnight staffing to ensure the property stays safe, quiet, and well managed. Furthermore, with a gas station eventually coming to this area, moving forward with this development now sets a high standard for responsible neighborhood growth. Supporting local investment and smart community development benefits us all. I urge you to approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Suki Dillon, followed by Harkaran Dillon.
Good evening, and thank you again, Council, for allowing me to speak as a resident of the eastern side of Aurora. My name is Suki Dillon, and I live in the Harvest Rich Murphy Creek area. I regularly travel to the Harmony Corridor for work, so I see firsthand what our community needs as a growing part of our city. I support this project because our community is growing, but our commercial services haven't kept pace with this. Many residents drive several miles for fuel, food, and everyday essentials. This project brings those services closer to the people who already live here. This development is already zoned for commercial, so if Monraj doesn't build here, some other company or corporation will. It is also one of the few commercial developments moving forward in this area, and quality projects is often encouraged with additional businesses to support nearby investments, such as grocery and fast food chains that our community desperately needs. This isn't an outdated gas station. I visited his new flagship store mentioned in his presentation that opened in 2026 near DIA, and it is an exact replica to what has been mentioned in his presentation. It's a modern, professionally designed with landscaping, lighting, surveillance, and updated environmental protections. In my opinion, a well-maintained active property is a better long-term use of this land than an underutilized vacant lot. As mentioned before, my wife and I actually live right across Monraj's prior store on Murphy Creek. That has been brought up a few times tonight by Harmony residents. My wife and I are actually grateful to have a gas station, restaurant, and liquor store nearby. We have had zero concerns about criminal activity despite living in such a busy intersection. The quiet hours of our neighborhood have not been affected by a store. One of the Harmony residents stated that they wanted other facilities such as childcare and coffee shops to come in. However, Monraj was one of the first willing to take a chance to open something in that area. To sum up, I understand that change can bring concerns, and concerns deserve to be heard, but I believe this project deserves and represents responsible growth that matches the needs of Eastern Aurora, and as a resident, I respectfully ask the council to support this project. Thank you.
Hakaran Dillon, followed by Sam Chahal.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Harkaran, and I've been a Aurora resident for 15 years. I will make this quick. I am for the development, but more than that, I am for the community. Me and Monraj go to church every Sunday, so I'm not new to seeing his community service. I see him give back to the community every week. And so when I heard his next project was in Aurora, where he's growing up, it just made me so excited for the community. And I don't think there's a better candidate. And supporting Monraj, I feel like for me, is supporting the community. I don't think anybody could do it better than him. He has the most experience. He's done this multiple times. And I believe in him, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Sam Chahal, followed by Navya Nagra.
Good evening. My name is Sam. I've been a native for 27 years here in Aurora. I've always struggled on how to approach and start this conversation, but I feel like a lot of people are concerned with this not being a third space, and I'm very shocked. I feel like it still is a third place. I feel like a lot of fond memories I have as a child, as like a youth, as I'm growing up, have been asking my parents, have been telling my friends, let's go to the store, let's go grab something, let's go do something. And that really starts with the store. Let's go get a drink, then let's go to the park, let's go hang out, do something. And it becomes a third place. Even now, I go to a store and I bump into like an old friend, someone from high school, someone from college, even maybe like a family member, and it becomes that conversation. How have you been? Let's go hang out. I've reconnected with so many people because a convenience store, a store is a place where everyone goes. And it starts to become more of a thing the more you, the closer it is. So I feel like this is a very beneficial thing for the community. Further, I feel like this is very similar to a store near Iliff and Tower Conservatory where I slightly grew up. A lot of people were very against that store for a while, like extremely, my parents as well. And ironically, they're one of the people who go there the most. Convenience is convenience. You're gonna be like, oh, go grab something from there for our little hangout. Let's go do this. Let's go get some gas real quick. I mean, there's many times I'll wake up and be like, I need gas. And I could either drive 15 minutes up to that QT, support a company. That money's not gonna be coming back into Aurora, back over here. You could argue the tax thing, but it's going to a CEO. It's going to a bigger brand. over here, it's an independent owner. He's gonna go to a store here. He's not gonna go spend it somewhere else. So I feel like this is a very community-based store, very here, very like personal, very capable, very community, very like friendly type of store. And I feel like there's a lot of growth, a lot of ability to further the community. And I feel like a lot of people are struggling with the idea of change. And I know it's scary, but from what I see, it is very much a third space. It is very much something that can grow into something more. And likelihood, it's not going to be as scary as criminal actives like that as people really believe. So I am in favor for this store. Thank you.
Navia Nagra.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Navjot. I've been a resident for Aurora for over 15 years. I'm in favor for this gas station being built in the Harmony neighborhood. This is a new gas station, often lacks basic fuel and convenience infrastructure. Residents currently have to drive out of their way for a area for their gas, which means more vehicles, or which means more miles traveled. And this is also a great tax and revenue for, this also creates more jobs in the local area. And then this is a modern gas station, so this gas station will also have, you know, the latest technology such as LED lighting, spill contaminated and stricter environmental controls. And then this is also in super consistent with this zoning and growth planning phase. But yeah, some of the residents had concerns about this gas station just having a lot of high crime area, which I disagree with. This gas station will have 24/7 surveillance overall, and like Manraj discussed before, this is like APD will have access to any sort of surveillance. So if anything does happen, that's the place where, you know, you will find 24/7 surveillance. And he said he's also going to have a staffed employee 24/7, which is also just somebody there 24/7. Other than that, I'm in favor for this gas station, so I hope you guys make the right decision. Thank you.
That was the last individual.
Thank you, Katie. Now we have an opportunity for questions from members of council. Councilmember Medina.
Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your issues, concerns, and speaking out. As I've heard everybody, I'm pretty much around community. It's kind of what I've done most of my lifetime. And, you know, a question I wrote, and I think some of you answered it, which is, what does community actually want in that community? Because I think it's important that, yes, there's gas stations. There's a couple within a couple miles. You know, I have about 6 within a 2-mile radius of my house. And I can tell you it's not a place my children ever went or thought to go to hang out, things of that nature. There were things that had activities. I was close to a park. That's where my kids went. They went to the parks. They went to the schools where they had places to play, the playgrounds, things of that nature. So I'm looking at it from that aspect of community has already kind of told you what they want. Doesn't mean that this couldn't coincide with that, but I think overall, community should be the leaders of what they want in their communities, and that's kind of how I look at it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Medina. And members, for this portion, until we close the public hearing, we should stay focused on questions, and then we'll have discussion after we close the public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Andrews.
After thinking about it, and this has been going on for a while, I can tell, going back and forth. My question is, after you've met with the community, what changes have you implemented, or what concessions have you made to the community to embrace some of those changes?
Yes, to address that, we changed our...
Can you, turn on your mic? Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, we were originally 24/7. We came down to 4 a.m. to 11. The community wants us to open up at 9, 8 a.m., but that just doesn't work. I mean, we have people going, starting work at 5 a.m. A lot of customers come to our stores for breakfast, grabbing their daily essentials for the day. So that just wouldn't work. But we landed on 4 a.m. to 11, not even midnight, just to kind of find the middle ground there. We also came up with a good neighbor agreement, so there's a direct contact. If there were any issues, they have a direct person that can easily be contacted. A lot of standards, like removing the graffiti and so on like that. And then we also and then there's
So I'll help him out a little bit. So I think the other part of it was trying to have the neighborhood agreement, and I don't know if it's working.
There's a little button down on the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the neighborhood agreement to have the, have the point of contact from the station, so that way, if there's ever a concern, those concerns can be addressed pretty quickly, and have somebody do it. How many of us have ever gone to a Quick Trip or a Circle K, had a bad experience, and then you go and you file a complaint and it goes into corporate euphoria and never hear from them? So that's something that we're trying to, it's a little bit different, the buck stops with Munraj here. He's the ultimate owner, and having direct line contact to be able to resolve any issues. Aurora Police Department will have we already share a good relationship with Aurora PD today. If they have a problem, and Denver, I should also clarify, if they ever have an issue, they know they can come to us, they can get access to surveillance systems. We're there to help them. And, so that's kind of the concessions that were made. And, I think that's how we got back to where we are today, where we had Planning Commission completely support the project.
Mayor Pro Tem, Paulo?
Yes, Councilmember Andrews.
One more question for you. I don't think, I live in a neighborhood that we wouldn't necessarily have like another convenience store. And I don't think that the bar is never calling a customer back. I think that folks need a little bit more engagement. After you met with the community, you felt satisfied with the changes that you made, that the community would support the efforts of opening the store?
I apologize. Could you say that again with opening the store?
Yep. So you felt comfortable, or did you feel comfortable after meeting with the community that the community supported the effort of opening the store?
Well, I mean, from where we started to where we kind of ended up, yes, I think there's always going to be people opposed. You can't please everyone. Yes, I did feel comfortable. You want to chime in on that?
So, it's tough when we have a neighborhood. It's always tough to have any level of change happen within a close proximity to it, right? The one saving grace I'll say is, we're on the other side of Alameda. So we're on the southeast corner. I think the closest house is over 500 feet. Alameda is projected in the short term to have probably something in the range, that particular part, of 30,000 cars a day. It's a big number. Those cars are going to be taking Alameda to 470 and then running up to the airport, going to work. It's quite a bit, So we're very cognizant of the Harmony residents and where they sit and what they're wanting. I don't know that obviously not everyone wanted the idea of the gas station. When we first had the neighborhood meeting, I think we had 40 Is that about right? 40 residents that attended. And then in the subsequent meeting, I think we were down to 7 or 6 or 7, something like that. So we were, obviously, we're very cognizant. We want to be good stewards. We want to support the neighborhood, not only from, from being good liaisons, speaking with them, making sure that we give a quality product, nice indoor, architecture, I think a very pleasing fascia to the store. You guys saw the elevations. So we're trying to bring something really nice. But, one of the changes we also made that I didn't mention earlier is we did make sure that the lighting did not get in any further than Powhatan to the what would be the west, and then to the north. I think it may get into one lane of Alameda, and that's about the extent of it. But being honest with you, Alameda already has street lighting that's much brighter than anything we're going to project out there. So when you talk about lighting concerns, you know what I mean, we're trying to mitigate that, trying to do our best to work with them. But at the same time, the city of Aurora recognized that this is going to be a major thoroughfare. This isn't going to be 5 cars a day, 10 cars a day, anything like that. We're talking thousands. And eventually there's going to need to be services. Somebody's going to come. It's a matter of time. We're trying our best to make concessions to work with the residents by limiting our hours. But as you can see, straight line shot, 2.3 miles, you have a Quick Trip and 7-Eleven that are 24 hours operations today. We're not doing none of that. And that's part of our agreement with the city is we're not going to be able to do that. We have to operate within those guidelines. So that's what we're trying to do. We really want to be good stewards to the neighborhood, but at the same time, we also want to try and help fulfill the plan that Aurora has and, quite frankly, be pioneers. This isn't a small project. This is going to cost many millions of dollars to achieve. It's pretty expensive. It's quite frankly, it's a big risk too.
And I would like to point out that, I'm receiving a lot of backlash because I'm one of the first movers. If once all these neighborhoods are built out, I'm sure like most of the neighbors would want to see some sort of fuel or gas station here. And like Akash mentioned, this is not just a regular, neighborhood street. It is a very public road that's going to have high traffic. To address also some of these claims that the neighbors made, a lot of them are untrue. We've never filed for bankruptcy. A lot of the businesses they mentioned were not even ours. We don't have any liens on our property. We are good owners. Just kind of going off that.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Jackson, and then I'll come back this way.
So I like that you are invested in the community, small business owned, really thinking about the population of Aurora. However, what I heard from some of the other members, I just have some clarifying questions. So how many all-in-ones have you opened?
Sure. That's another thing we should clarify. A lot of these stores that they mentioned that I've sold, I was in high school. My dad was running the business himself, running between 3 stores. We built the Murphy Creek store back in 2013, like they mentioned, sold that. Then we built the one on Tower. They showed you pictures of those. I'm not sure what railings they're talking about, having railings on windows, but that store is going under renovation this year. After that, we built the Parker store. We did sell that one. Again, I was not involved. And from that point on, we built the one on 56. We just opened up the one near the airport on Jackson Gap and 64th. But that is not my flagship store. That design is 3 years old. But this new design here is completely different. I mean, you guys saw the interior. It's like a hotel in there. It's a high-end hotel. The outside is very modern. I think I think I will have the best looking gas station in the state of Colorado after this is built.
So can I get a rough estimate of how many all-in-ones you've opened?
We have opened one, two,
This will be the fourth.
no, so hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, we built 5. We currently own 3.
Okay, yeah, and they've all been in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, and you currently own 3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we have more planned, but yes, and all in Aurora.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lawson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think Councilmember Jackson asked some of the questions I was going to ask. The question I have for you, though, is a couple. You said that right now you currently own 3 of these. And so you're not in the business, and I know you're a business, and it's all about making money, so you buy and you sell. But you just said in your previous, and I was listening very carefully, that you're invested in the community. And this isn't just a...
Your mic.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, mine too. I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think the volume dropped. I don't know if we can be heard on the recording. Can we get a confirmation,
You want me to
Jason?
just stop then?
Yeah, let's pause for one moment till we can make
Figures it
sure
goes out on
everything's
me.
good. I think they turned it down because it was feedbacking.
Okay.
And I don't know if that means that we can't be heard on the stream.
I think mine turned off too.
Yeah, I think they turned everything down. Because yours, I still see the green light on, and I think yours, maybe the green light wasn't working. But confirming whether we can be heard outside the chambers. It sounds like we can be heard inside the chambers. We just want to make sure the live stream is recording. Okay, good point. So, yeah, we may have to take a recess depending on what we find out about what's going on with the TV situation. So, Councilmember
shouldn't have
Lawson,
asked
make
you
sure you hold your question, write it down, whatever you need to do in case we need to take a recess. And then thank you all for your patience.
I've been flicking. Hello.
For TV purposes, I'm hearing it's good, so I'm just checking.
Pete can hear too. Okay. Okay. So it looks like we are, in fact, all good on the TV, at least with respect to the audio. So we're going to go ahead and continue. We'll go ahead and return to Councilmember Lawson. Can the folks in the room still hear us, though, generally? Okay, great. No, someone cannot hear us? Okay, Ellen, you said you can't hear. Okay, can we check with the communications staff? We'll go ahead and take, now that sounds like that's picking it up. Okay, great. We will go ahead and return to Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, all right, sorry, thank you. So my question is, and let me kind of go back because my chain of thought. So I know that you said that you bought and you sold, and a lot of these were your father's businesses. And you said in the beginning of your testimony, or when you were talking to us about your investment in the community, and I feel like investment in community is really long-term. And it seems like you kind of bought and it was like buying and selling, just for business practices. And to me, that's not really, I'm just saying it's not investment in the community. It's kind of long-term. So can you respond to that, what you stated? Because there is a lot of buying and selling, and I know it's business, but if that's kind of what your premise is for this, then kind of tell me what that means to you.
So, yeah, like I mentioned before, those were not under my leadership. And honestly, a lot of the stores that we sold do not even fit the mold of what I'm trying to build today. It's completely outdated, and what I'm bringing to the table now is, like I mentioned before, the best gas station in Colorado. And I am here for the long term. I want to get to, several locations. And I want to build, I want to be the reason that Aurora grows. I feel like I'm one of the few local developers that's really spending all the money that we make on any of these stores is literally getting reinvested back and to build more stores. And I mentioned that I'm building other ones, where we have some in the works in the Aurora Highlands. I know the developer there. If they're willing to trust me, I think you guys should too. I was in line with QT, 7-Eleven, Circle K, Maverick, but they ended up choosing me. And they believe in my vision. I believe I am the guy for that.
And then just a question for you. So community agreement, you said that you would get this investment to invest it to build more stores. But when you talk about community agreement, to me, that's like investing in the community, like maybe investing in a park or maybe helping the community with something. But you just stated, which is a business, and I understand that. But what about investment into the actual Harmony neighborhood, something that they may want? So what about those kind of investments?
To be honest, nothing, I don't believe anything's been proposed for that. I don't know that we would be opposed to it, though, to be honest with you. I did want to add something that to Miraj's prior statement, and I want to ask you, how many developers do you think 7-Eleven, Quick Trip, Circle K have on staff? How many people do you think they have to help them build a gas station, design it from the inside, the outside? Thousands. Some of those companies are massive. 7-Eleven has 50,000 gas stations. He's got 3. He doesn't have a big corporate team, so over the years, they have developed gas stations and they have sold them. But quite frankly, the stations that he built aren't anything like the new store at Jackson Gap, his 56 and Dunkirk store. Those are really nice stores. His Tower store, we're going to remodel it and try to bring it up to the same level as the other ones. That is reinvestment in community. Also, there is some additional investments that was hit on earlier by planning, but there's additions that they're going to be putting into Alameda to help get those roads where they need to be. Into Powhatan, same thing, and then obviously developing the interior infrastructure for this commercial pod, so that way other lots can be developed in the future.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just continue real quick? Okay, and so I understand that. I live in Ward 5. I have a whole bunch of gas stations, and one of the biggest issues I get is complaints from residents is not keeping up with the landscape. It's always something going on. So I'm not saying that's you, but in an area where there's a ton of them and just not even keeping up with landscape is one of the biggest issues with the constituents where I'm at. Just not keeping up with anything. So I appreciate that, but my question to you, and then I want to go over to the staff. Why is there a need for the liquor store? Why do you, for me, you have the gas station, you have a liquor store, and you're going to have a cafe. Why the liquor store? Why the spirits? Why have that? And why, maybe have the gas station, I'm not saying, but why have that? Why have that in addition to a liquor store? Which to me,
Sure.
can have some issues.
Yeah. A liquor store gets a bad rep all the time, right? I would like to say there's 30,000 homes, right? And there's currently only one liquor store. So another one is coming, and I'm sure that King Soopers will probably have some liquor as well. So what's the difference between my liquor store and King Soopers, right? Another thing is, this is our motto. It's another stream of revenue. And as you guys know, there's been this war with liquor stores and gas stations for like several years now. Eventually, gas stations are going to have liquor. I'm just a little bit ahead of the curve. And it's a very high end. It's not, it's not a liquor store, in a rough part of town. It's well lit, very nicely designed. I'm not trying to attract that clientele either. I'm not in the business for that. I want to maintain a high standard, high image, and also to address your landscaping concerns. I wish my landscaping guy was here because we actually went back and I handpicked each of the type of plants that I want at this location. That's the amount of detail I'm going in. I told him I want a little trail that walks around the gas station. And I want, native plants. I want almost like a arbitrarium at a gas station. So I think if you just give me the chance, I will prove it to you guys. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for addressing my questions. I just have one question for staff. So the residents I just want to confirm, the residents that are here today, were they not allowed to appeal because they aren't adjacent to this? That is correct. That is true?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Lawson. Councilmember Horton?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so I also have several questions. Clarifying
Feel
questions.
free to dialogue. You don't need to ask me to be recognized each time.
Okay, appreciate it. The first one is clarification. I think there was a map up during, I think, staff presentation of where the nearest other gas stations and liquor stores are. Can we just put that up so I can re-see it? Thank you so much. And then I would circle back to that. In terms of the Good Neighbor Agreement, I will commend you for that. I don't think we would have seen that level of commitment and change for a business model from a Maverick, a 7-Eleven, et cetera. My question for you is, how are you going to, if this were to pass, maintain that Good Neighborhood Agreement consistently and abide by it with integrity for the residents?
I'm willing to commit to whatever you need me to commit to. I really do intend to, my word is my word. I do mean to, I'm not just making up this agreement just to get by. I do want to maintain a good standard. I do want to remove graffiti and anything within 48 hours. I do want to address any concerns that they may have, which is why I'm providing them a contact. APD, whenever they need it, any day and time, they will have access to our 24/7 HD cameras and license plate readers. A lot of gas stations do not have license plate readers. I will say that.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, I know you had listed a time frame in which if there's graffiti or trash, you list a time frame of when that will be dealt with. Based on your other locations, the three that you currently own, and I know different parts of town, be that Denver or Parker, can you describe your current experience around graffiti, trash, and also crime?
We rarely ever have graffiti, I will say that. Trash, it depends on the area. When I was working at the Parker store, I would never really have to sweep, maybe once a week. At the Denver one, I'm sweeping maybe 2 to 3 times a day. And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Crime.
I'm not gonna, there's really, I wouldn't say there's crime that's, you can even look it up, and DPD will tell you, but we've never had any robberies, we've never had any break-ins. It's not really, like, our staff is trained to kind of handle those situations, and they live in the neighborhood, so they know a lot of the neighbors. It's the word's going to come around, and if we do have those individuals that, cause problems, we just ban them from the store and trespass them.
Thank you. And I don't know if there's someone from APD who could answer this next question, or staff. Do we know APD's response time for that area currently, someone who serves in District 3?
So that area is now going to be in Central District because we've so it's going to be in District 2. I think the short answer is going to be it depends upon the priority of the call. So that's something I don't think we have readily available, but it would depend upon the priority of the call.
Okay, thanks, Jason.
And
Oh, go ahead.
I don't think this is a bad neighborhood where we'll be dealing with any of this type of stuff. I truly do. I've lived and grown up here. It's not that type of neighborhood.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that statement. It looks different. I think crime more south versus like Ward 1, we're a more urban part and less suburban. My next question is for the restaurant. So what you presented today, that is what y'all are aiming for. That is what's been approved. Like, okay. For the restaurant, like what's the idea, the concept? Is it more of a coffee shop? Is it sit-down food? I know there's a patio. Can you go into more details on that particular aspect of your site plan?
Sure. In our previous 2 locations, we actually have partnered with a local to open up their own restaurant. And you can pull this up on the one on Tower. We have a Mexican restaurant that is owned and operated by a lady that lives down the road. Same thing with the 56. We have a Mediterranean spot that is owned and operated by an individual that lives in the neighborhood. With this one, we're still in the works. We're in negotiations, either a Mexican restaurant and a few other concepts, but also people that live in the neighborhood.
Thank you. And I do want to go back to the gas station location one. Is that ready? Okay, yeah, can we go back to that? Thanks.
I think it's shown on my screen.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And I would like to point out, so this is as the crow flies. Driving wise, this is going to take, it's about 3.2 miles. A lot of us don't even walk 3 miles a day. So, I mean, it's not convenient at all. This is also going to provide the closest gas station to the people living in Watkins as well, which is not even on the map, but there's a whole nother neighborhood and subdivision right behind Harmony that doesn't have a gas station.
Yeah, and then for staff, the miles presented on here, it is that straight line, not the actual route that someone would take?
That is correct. It's the straight lines.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And then my last question, a few of the residents mentioned the way that the infrastructure is being built out on the 2 main roads could have traffic going more into the neighborhood of folks who may not live there. So staff, or someone from staff, can you speak more to the way the site plan is currently designed and built, what the city has potentially planned for the area, and how it's going to impact residents if this passes on the traffic?
Yes, so I can have one of our staff from traffic speak on the traffic impacts. Jason, if you want to come up.
I'm Jason Igo with Development Services. And the current setup, on the east side of the road is there's a drive aisle that has a in access only. So the one on the east side is a in access only, and then the southern access there is a full movement access. The access is on Alameda. The one that's shown with the red arrow is a right in, right out, and the access on Powhatan is a right in, right out. Just to the east of here is another access drive aisle. That will be a full movement. And just to the south on Powhatan, there will be another drive aisle. That will be a full movement. The accesses would allow for people to not have to drive through the neighborhood to get there. They can just stay on Powhatan and Alameda.
Well, thank you.
Can I?
So,
sorry. I just wanted to ask one follow-up, which are those drive aisles 2 lane, 1 lane? Like, 'cause I have seen from some of our recent developments issues where if someone parks on the drive aisle, then there ends up being some traffic conflicts. So are those wide enough to address that potential issue?
Those should be wide enough to address that issue.
Okay, and then Councilmember, sorry, I'm tired, Hancock.
Okay. Is there a direct access? Because I was having trouble deciphering that from the map. Can they get on direct access from Powhatan into the gas station area? Or do they have to go around?
They're going to have to go into the drive aisles, but they're going to have to go into those drive aisles that's south, or on the south side of the development or on the east side of the development. There is no access on Powhatan or Alameda directly.
You could better see it on the master plan, but yes, there's full movement on Powhatan Road. So
yeah, it's just south. So this is one block of that area. There's another block that's just south of this one. So another development will be just south of it. And on the south side of that is another drive aisle, and that will be a full movement access onto Powhatan.
Follow up. Are there designated street lamps, lights, stop signs, which mitigates the traffic?
Are you talking about signals or street lights?
Yes.
The signal, there's not a signal at Alameda or Powhatan at the moment. It is to be, once it's warranted, they will build a signal. The development is paying escrow for that signal.
And my site alone has 3 traffic signals.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Lawson.
Can I just ask one more question to the city staff and then also to the deputy city attorney? So I guess looking at the backup, it seems like did the backup address those concerns, and does it basically meet the zoning code?
Can you say that again? I couldn't hear the first.
Does the backup, reading the backup, it seems like, did we address, were a lot of the issues that we brought up, were they addressed in the backup? I know I read the backup, but I'm just saying, was a lot of these things that we're talking about, were they addressed in the backup? And does this meet the code?
When you say backup?
The zoning code.
When
the
you say
backup in our packets.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, through you.
I'm not the Mayor Pro Tem.
He was asking to be recognized.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
You're recognized.
Okay, sorry.
Brandon Cameron.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Manager. Yes, so basically with the site plan, there's no adjustments or variances being requested.
Okay.
And so they've met all the requirements for the site layout, access, stormwater detention, things like that.
Okay, and then to the deputy city attorney, because everything has been met, if we deny this, could we be sued?
Yes.
Okay.
If the standards are met and you are not denying them based upon that, we can absolutely have a 106 action.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Any additional questions from members?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Just out of curiosity, why no electrical charging stations in your plan?
We have them pre-stubbed. Yeah, but there isn't any. I feel like a lot of people charge their cars at home. We have included chargers at our previous locations. They just don't get much use unless they're the big ones. But yeah, yeah.
Okay, any other questions from other members? Okay, I do have a few items that I just wanted to follow up on that you discussed. So you mentioned the tower location has a Mexican restaurant from a neighboring resident, it looks like it's a crispy, crunchy chicken. Is that separate from your development?
The Crispy Crunchy is located inside, so it's the food program that we run inside.
Oh, okay, so it's inside of the actual gas station.
Right, so that's the hot
Not
food we provide.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, so just looking at the past performance questions, with your previous developments, because you mentioned this is going to bring more development, right? So what are the businesses that have located adjacent to your other previous developments?
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a great question. On the tower one, we've sold the existing land to hotels. There's 2 hotels that were built on that. The location at 56 is currently vacant, but it's actually going to be affordable housing. That should be rewarded, I think, within a week or 2, but they've just been delayed. And that's really it.
So.
Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
To add a little more color, I think it also is relevant location. So the store at 59th and Tower is kind of a major thoroughfare to go to the airport, right? And so we had a hotel come in, one of the adjacent lots, but a lot of retail, different things. But I think different parts of the city will have different needs, wants, and desires from the residents. And I don't think that this property would be any different. I think it'll have a whole different set of things that may come in. It could be anything. We just don't know at this 5 seconds what will come in. I know we've had some inquiries from Aldi's and some, I think, some coffee and some other
Dentist.
items. Yeah, but I think a lot of the concern is for development to happen, people want an anchor, something that's there to help drive it. It's hard to be the first guy to open up where there is absolutely no commercial development. It's, to some degree, pioneering in a lot of ways. And so yeah, I mean, we're taking a pretty good risk, but we feel pretty confident about the area. We obviously, because we're invested in it. But I think that will open up as time goes by, as far as the different uses, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay, so but to clarify, there have not been any other commercial developments other than hotels that have located adjacent to your other gas stations that you.
Well, that one at 59th and Tower had a hotel. That is correct. The one at 56 and Dunkirk does not have anything at the moment. And then
But I've worked, so we have land that I sold on 59th and Tower, right behind the Sprouts. There's a hotel and actually a plaza coming there. So I have connections. It's not, if that's what you're trying to get at.
No, it's not about connections. It's about the ability to deliver on that promise that you're making, that there will be additional retail that's coming in as a result of your project.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, you guys work with these big conglomerates, right, like King Soopers and everyone else. They need anchors, right? No one else is signing deals without those anchors. A gas station is a major traffic generator, so it's a really good tenant. If the neighbors want a dentist, they want a hair salon, they want stuff like that, right? But it's not. No one is willing to build that without another tenant that's going to drive the people to that location.
Understood. And then with respect to the safety outcomes, you said you've had 0 break-ins or robberies. Are you saying all of the gas stations that you've owned since you took over the business? I won't put it back to things that got sold when you were in high school. But while you've been in control of the business, you said you've had 0 break-ins and 0 robberies at all of your locations?
That's correct. So, and a lot of that is because we have, they're 24 hours, which prevent break-ins. That's why I committed to the overnight staff member. there will be no break-ins if there's a employee working at the site, right? But yeah, you can fact check me on that.
And if there are break-ins, though, you mentioned the panic button, and you indicated, essentially, you have that, but you're not really worried about anything happening. So my concern is, if there isn't a quick APD response, which I recognize is also our responsibility, not yours, but if there is a slow APD response, then is the panic button really doing anything?
Well, I mean, I don't know what option B would be in a situation like that. It's like anything else. We have panic alarms on the side of the store, so that way if anything were to happen, cashier can hit it and it goes directly to APD. And then you're right, we're at their mercy to get to us as soon as they can. And it's tough, it's tough to be in that situation, and we hope and pray that we're not. If it's after hours, the store is secure at least on the inside. And so if somebody's attempting a break-in, that means they haven't gotten in quite then. So we can hit the panic alarm and maybe, buy a little more time in that sense. But yeah, that's ultimately we are at their mercy for sure.
And honestly, if you come and work a shift with me at, any gas station, you'll see what these employees go through and the amount of stuff that we have to deal with. A lot of the time, the cops aren't even called. It's just dealt with upon, whenever the situation arises, it's usually dealt. And police is rarely called unless it's someone that's continued to bothering us or, it's something really serious.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. And then the other item that came up that folks mentioned is just the environmental impact, air quality impact, and odor mitigation. You mentioned state-of-the-art technology with respect to those issues, so can you elaborate on that?
I think I can a little bit better. Colorado has over the years has followed California when it comes to environmental compliance and regulation. So at the station, it will be state-of-the-art, incorporating some of the newest things that are being required by the Division of Oil Public Safety. That's the regulatory arm that the state of Colorado uses for environmental compliance. So to add color, the fuel lines, the tanks are all double wall. What that means is the gas sits on the inner compartment, and if you ever have a break in the inner, the outer will catch it. Furthermore, you have leak detection with interstitial monitoring. And what interstitial monitoring means is the space between the two walls, it actually sees and sees if there's any indication of there a leak at all. And if there is, it immediately shuts the system down automatically. So there's a lot of safety precautions. Then under the dispensers, we have double wall spill buckets sitting under there. So that way, if anything ever happens, they'll not only hold water, but they're not going to leak into the environment. At the fuel tanks where the tanker drops, the dry tanker is required to connect what's called vapor recovery. What that means is one connection is for the fuel to actually go into the ground. The second connection is for the vapor that comes out of the tank to be recovered into the tanker. And then when the tanker goes back to the terminal to pull the fuel, that vapor is safely burned off. And then as far as emissions goes, you have two forms of emissions that a gas station in Colorado could emit, but really and truly, most of it is mitigated. At the fueling, when a gas station pumps, when a customer pumps gas into their car, you have vapors that can be released at the car as it's being released. However, it would have to be a car, I think, older than, I'll safely say 2005. I believe it's actually 2001, but most vehicles have a vacuum canister that engages when you're fueling your pump, and what that does is it sucks the vapors back into the vehicles. So there's quite a bit of technology that goes into it. If we were to eliminate that vapor, we would have to take on further regulations that EPA has not required in the state of Colorado. that would be extremely expensive, and I don't know that we're there yet.
Okay, going back to the past performance component of this, do you all have any kind of, you said the interstitial monitoring, which is kind of inside, but in terms of monitoring the air quality, odor, and other impacts immediately around your stations, is that monitoring that you conduct, and what are the outcomes that you've had at your current facilities in that respect?
As far as environmental compliance for any spills, there have not been any spills that I'm aware of at all. So we're not under that's what's called remediation. So when a gas station has a spill, the state will make a remediation case and then obviously come up with a plan to clean the site and get rid of the contamination. None of the locations that we currently operate have any current remediation cases in progress today. As far as air quality goes, there's no real easy way to actually inspect for emissions from an air quality standpoint. The state of Colorado enforces air quality and does do checks through CDPHE. There's a division that actually goes in. They have FLIR cameras, and that's what you have to have. It's a super expensive FLIR camera that can actually see the vapors being released. And what they'll typically do is they'll do inspections, and usually they'll do those inspections when a gas station receives a load of fuel. So when the gas goes into the ground, they're getting the camera out to make sure there's absolutely no release from the fuel tanks at the vents, and that there's no release of any air emissions at the fueling as the tanker is unloading fuel. Then, and those are the two primary areas that they have ability to do. As far as emissions at the pump, unfortunately, there is no real regulation for that, primarily because cars have the vacuum canisters, and that had been deemed enough at this time.
Okay, but so we can acknowledge that the neighbors probably are going to experience some odors and some impacts in relation to having a gas station.
I would actually probably say they would not see any odors, any impacts. I think they would probably see more odors and impacts from the Air Force Station not too far away with the airplanes flying over than what we would admit as a gas station. And I would probably argue that to be the case.
Or even the oil drilling sites that are located like not even a mile down south of this site.
I don't know if we necessarily want to go the direction of cumulative impacts in this conversation. But
I would agree with that. But
I just want to make sure, I wrote down several questions, want to make sure I kind of got all of those answered. Sorry, there were quite a few questions I wrote as folks were speaking. I believe that I have gotten all of my questions answered. Do any of my colleagues have any further questions? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. And now we can have discussion. And I do want to let folks know that because we have had conversations that are also site plan oriented conversations, and we had a presentation from staff and presentation from the applicant on both. We are going to vote on 16A and 16B separately, but the presentations and comments and discussion will all be taken as one, just for the record. Do I need to reopen the public hearing to put that on the record, Holly?
No, I don't. No, you do not. However, for the purpose, just to remind council, for the purpose of your discussion, I'd like to remember that the list of legal standards that staff or Lena can pull up, the discussion needs to be limited to what legal standards you disagree with, and that is the legal standard that you are looking at for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ani, can you pull back up that list, just so that folks are able to refer to it as we're speaking?
It's up. It's on the computer. I just don't know.
Oh, okay. We're seeing the like the camera, the TV cameras right now on our screens. So I don't know if we can make sure that projects to something we can see. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So with that, any discussion from members?
Need a motion?
Oh, yes, correct. Motion is in order on 16A.
I move based on the standards that have been recommended by the committee that we approve this.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Hancock. Second?
I second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lawson. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, we will call for the question on item 16A, which is the conditional use. So just to clarify, that's the conditional use. 16B will be the vote on the site plan. So to clarify for members, actually, Brandon, could you go ahead, or Ani, can one of you clarify which issues get considered under the conditional use and which issues get considered under the site plan, just so in case folks want to vote one way on
Yes.
one and then the other?
Brandon Camerata, Planning Department. The conditional use, which we're hearing first, is the discretionary vote, and it has the criteria relating to compatibility and related items. The next item is the site plan, which is relating to the objective criteria in the code. So again, this first item is the more discretionary item based on the criteria that include discussions of compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Hi. Lena McClellan, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I just want to also add in addition to what the Chief Deputy Hawley mentioned, is that when making the vote, if you all, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, could provide your reasoning for why you believe it does or does not meet the criteria, so that is a part of the record. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so with that being stated, thank you, Ms. McClelland. Can anybody, or do folks want to provide the justification for any vote that you may be choosing to take for the record? Yes, Councilmember Hancock.
We've just been successful in confusing me on this matter now. We are, based on what the committee, what the Planning Commission approved, we're voting based on their approval. And as I heard earlier, and help me understand just in case I'm not clear, that they met the criteria and Planning Commission approved unanimously to move this forward based on the criteria that they needed to meet, correct? Therefore, what are we supposed to say if we should say something if we're objecting to what the Planning Commission has already approved?
Right, so a call-up is where council is reviewing the Planning Commission decision. So we can say, if we so choose, we believe that the Planning Commission was incorrect about the application of these standards, and these are the specific ways that we believe the Planning Commission was incorrect in the application of the standards. If we're upholding their decision, clarify for me if I'm wrong, but we would just say, I believe that the Planning Commission was accurate in their assessment.
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, Lena McClellan, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Your options this evening are to approve with conditions, deny, so basically overturn the Planning Commission's decision. You can also remand either of the items back down to the Planning Commission with your comments.
So the motion currently on the floor is to uphold the Planning Commission decision to approve the conditional use permit for this development. So does anybody have any statements that they would like to make with respect to where they think the Planning Commission may have erred in upholding? So Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, like I said, I'm still with the community piece. I'm not really sure how community has any say with what the commission says about it. So that's where I'm having issues with.
And to clarify, if I may, if a council member is going to vote against it, if you could say what based on the legal standard, so if you choose one of those and tell us why you disagree with one of those, we need that for the purpose of
it would be
the vote.
Yeah, all of these are a little more objective, so it would be if that's what you're.
I guess the adverse impacts surrounding the area, I still don't see that a particular gas station and then added with a liquor store is going to help that community at all. And that's kind of where I'm looking at.
Thank you, Councilmember Medina. Any other members have any of these standards where they would like to state opposition? I would agree with Councilmember Medina that the adverse impacts have not been mitigated to the degree practicable. I think the developer believes that they have mitigated those impacts, but I think we hear from the community specific concerns that have not been addressed and mitigated, specifically with respect to the kind of impact to their neighborhood directly of the hours of operation and the types of uses that are going to have a direct impact to their neighborhood.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the precedent that we're setting here because I distinctly remember another case with a QT restaurant, and I raised objection based on something similar and was outvoted. This pretty much the same way, and here we are. And I think this precedent is not a good one based on what we've done in the past. It's inconsistent with what we have previously done.
So I appreciate that, Councilmember Hancock. You'll recall that I voted with you in that instance. And so I think that council members consistently applying a standard does not set a bad precedent. And most of the members currently voting on this item were not present to vote on that. So there's not an apples to apples comparison of those members didn't consistently apply the standard in multiple cases. You're also allowed to change your mind, and that's okay. But nonetheless, I retain my right to consistently apply a standard about whether or not I think certain uses are a negative impact to a community and whether the operator has adequately addressed those negative community impacts.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I?
Yes, Councilmember Lawson.
Is there any way that I can ask staff a question?
Surely, yes.
So on this particular question, is there, because adverse impacts to me are subjective. So does this have, this particular question that we're answering, not the next one, but this one, does it have that where we as a council can be subjective on what an adverse condition or adverse impact is?
Brandon Camerata, Planning Department.
Does it have that threshold where we can use adverse impacts as subjective? Because to me, it's subjective. I could think something else is a different adverse impact.
I believe you're correct, meaning this conditional use, as I mentioned, is the more discretionary decision, and the criteria are more subjective in nature. So we've gone through the process, and staff's presented their review of that. Planning Commission has submitted their review of that, and now you all have an opportunity to make the same review.
Just to kind of follow up, I mean, being on this council for 11 and a half, almost 11 years, I just have not seen where this has been in this particular, where you've kind of given us that threshold where we could say that adverse, whatever we think an adverse impact is subjective. I wish I would have known that about some things that were going on in my ward, because maybe I could have voted a little differently on some things. But thank you so much for that clarification.
Yeah, and Councilmember Lawson, I would just beg to differ. I think that a number of times council members have used their own interpretation of what an adverse impact is. It's just that those members have seldom prevailed among the body. It's not that there have never been members voting based on their own assessment of adverse impact. Okay. Any other members wish to state any reasoning?
Mayor
Councilmember
Pro
Jackson.
Tem. Yeah, I'm in the same wagon. I'm also struggling with some of the factual information in the presentations, just contradicting what a simple Google search will result in. I know that's not up here, but that combined with some of the community concerns that have come forth from direct residents in the area that this would directly impact. I do agree with my colleagues who have concerns about the adverse impacts and it not being properly mitigated to the degree of practicable. So for that reason, I am in oppose.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Any other members wish to comment before we take a vote? Okay, with that, we will call for the vote on 16A.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, sorry, it did not come up. I'm a no.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
The motion did not pass with 3 yes votes from Councilmember Hancock, Horton, and Lawson, and 4 no votes from Councilmember Andrews, Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, Councilmember Jackson, and Medina.
Thank you, Katie. Call for a motion on item 16B.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I have to.
Oh, sorry, first, we'll have the clerk call item 16B.
Item 16B is a public hearing consideration of a call-up by the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to review a site plan for conditional use of a motor vehicle fuel dispensing station within the MUC zone district.
So, do I, sorry.
You'll open the.
Open and close the public hearing since this is technically an additional public hearing?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Public hearing on item 16B is now open. Staff have provided their presentation. The applicant has provided their presentation, and community members have spoken on this issue, and council members have had their questions answered. So with that, we will close this public hearing. Right? And then call for a motion. Yes.
Sorry, process of clarification. So the vote, so the 16A wasn't approved for a motor vehicle gas station, forget the technical language, fuel dispensing station. So then this question is asking for a site approval for that specific area or just generally speaking? So then why, yeah.
So I'm going to tap dance a little bit and give Holly some time to sort of get her thoughts here straight. But yes, you're correct. The site plan that is in front of you now includes a major component of that is the vehicle fueling station, which required a conditional use, which just did not pass. So a major component of the site plan that's now under consideration for 16B essentially includes something that requires a conditional use that you all did not approve. And so I'm going to hopefully tap dance enough there to now hand it over to the Deputy City Attorney to kind of opine on sort of the next steps.
Yes, we should, because they're 2 separate applications, we need to vote on them separately. The applicant can resubmit and a new conditional use can be approved, but the site plan also still requires a vote. As it's a separate application.
So just as a practical matter, would it make sense, given that the conditional use was not approved, that we would remand the site plan back to the Planning Commission to recommend changes?
That is an option. You can also vote on the site plan. You could condition the site plan that that use is removed from the site plan. You should make a decision based on the criteria for a site plan, also taking into consideration that, as Jason mentioned, one of the uses is not approved, but you can still vote on it, or you could remand it back to Planning Commission with taking that into consideration that that conditional use was not approved.
Okay, Councilmember Lawson.
I
you
just
look
have a
like you
question to the Deputy City Attorney. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I guess what, in this particular situation, if we didn't approve the conditional use in 16A, what's the point of doing 16B? I mean, really, what is the point?
Yeah, merely to make a record, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Okay, so we're just doing it for record business? Okay.
So,
Councilmember Hancock.
this is wacky. So what if we went in something out of the blue, we all said, yes, we're going to approve B? What would happen? No, seriously, because
I mean,
this-
right, they
I
couldn't.
am like,
Right.
you know, if we're saying no to the first one, but for the second one, it says, does the council support the approval of site plan application for the motor vehicle dispensing station with condition that the remaining technical corrections be made prior to recording the site plan and issuance of building permits? What that says to me, and maybe maybe I got my head on backwards, that we're saying, we're approving your changes. That's fine. And so if we say, we're approving your changes, does that mean he goes forward, or does that mean he doesn't go forward? What happens?
So again, if you were to approve the site plan again, essentially what I think from a staff perspective, we would tell you is that you're approving that site plan, but the conditional use components of that, so the auto-oriented thing, the fueling station, those items are not approved. And so those would need to be addressed prior to sort of any formal approval and recordation of the site plan. So I think that's what we would be up against.
Okay, so in light of this discussion, I think probably the wisest course of action would be to send it back to Planning Commission to make recommendations for what to do with the site plan absent the fueling component. That's the motion I will request be made. Since I'm chairing, I think I'm not supposed to make a motion.
I'll second.
Well, I can't make the motion, so you'll make the motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Medina and seconded by Councilmember Horton to send the site plan back to the Planning Commission for them to make recommendations for the project absent the fueling station. Any discussion? Councilmember Hancock.
I'm sorry, I hate to sound remedial because I guess I really am. At this point, I asked the city attorney again in this case, since we have not approved A, are we subject to litigation?
Yeah, the logically consistent options would be to either deny it or remand back.
So if we remand back, will we still be subject to litigation, or just go back and they'll cycle this process all over?
It'll recycle.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, call for the question on 16B, on sending the item back to Planning Commission, the site plan.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to send the site plan back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So we will have the mayor come back and take the gavel to conclude the meeting. Thank you all for your time this evening. Oh, and yes, also the city attorney and Councilmember Wiles, also please come back.
Where are we at?
Reports, Councilmember Andrews.
No report, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
All right. Oh, Mayor, your mic is not on, we're hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just want to congratulate all the kids in Aurora's recreation programs on their final T-ball games and baseball games that happened this last Saturday, and thank our community for coming together for the Day of Resilience in memory of the 720 Memorial, and to the Mayor and Councilmember Horton, who also were able to attend the midnight vigil on 7/19 into 7/20 in memory, as well as the many city staff and first responders that both were at that event and also present supporting our community in the difficult time that was July 20th. And then we did have our at-large town hall this last week as well. We had some interesting conversations about water, land use, and heard from our forestry division. So if folks are not aware, we have had, we have a major initiative taking place in the forestry division. So if you have any trees that are in need of being looked at, being pruned, we do have significant investments in our tree canopy in the city, and you can go to the city's website to find that information. And then finally, just that the at-large council members are currently working on identifying a date for our September town hall where we will hear about the budget. That concludes my report.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to update about a couple things I've been up to. I was able to tour with Councilmember Horton, the Sage Ridge Transitional and alcohol and drug rehab facilitation out very east near the Aurora Reservoir, and got to just meet some great state level, local level, nonprofit work that's going on into what transitional housing can look like. And then also, as Mayor Pro Tem said, we had our at-large town hall. One thing I will plug that I did not know as an Aurora resident is that if you want to irrigate your lawn and you want to purchase parts for irrigation, the City of Aurora, our forestry program, does have a reimbursement for the parts for that irrigation. So if that's something you're thinking about and price is a barrier, I definitely reach out to the Aurora Forestry to inquire about the reimbursement. Betterment Program. And then also, I did want to make clear, because as I'm having conversations with constituents, trees do not apply to our drought restrictions. So please water your trees with a drip irrigation system if you can, because that helps actually with the drought and to keep our neighborhoods cooler. And then I did just want to say that I was able to participate in the 720 Memorial Race this past Saturday, the 5K, and that was just amazing to see all the chalk artists, to see the community coming together. The 720 theater shooting impacted my graduating high school class from Gateway, and so it's just really great to see that the community is still taking the pain and the trauma of that incident and turning it into something that is productive, such as a scholarship for Aurora public scholars who are graduating high school. And that concludes my reports.
Councilmember Horton.
Thanks, Mayor. Let's see, what Councilmember Jackson shared, did the tour of Sage Ridge. Really appreciate that. Also got to meet some representatives from the Department of Local Affairs. I'm excited to talk with Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Lawson. I know she's interested in doing the tour soon. Just an opportunity to continue to, as the Horns Committee members for this year, understand different ways in which different organizations are addressing housing and recovery. Let's see. Last Wednesday was the Aurora Youth and Families Night at Moorhead Recreation Center. I want to give multiple shout outs, so here's my laundry list. First to Councilmember Lawson for her partnership on that evening and making sure that we got the families and the youth there to participate in the activities. To SM Energy for sponsoring the food. It took less than an hour for 140 plus sandwiches to disappear. And so, you know, got to feed community. For the organizations that came and tabled and hosted events, it was the Blackhawks Youth Organization, Cross Purpose, Judy's House, the Roll Call Straight, Aurora Save, the Lighthouse Colorado, the Aurora Police Department, Aurora Chamber of Commerce, and my two special shout outs for this evening is the Aurora Parks Recreation Open Space and Moorhead staff. They signed on for a crazy idea, and they made it happen. And so I really do give the bulk of the credit to how amazing that evening was to our Aurora Pros department. And then lastly, of course, to the Aurora Youth and Families for their attendance, for dancing, for playing basketball. Got dared to see if I still had any skills in basketball. I could do a layup. I was sore the next day. That tells you how long it's been. And it was just overall a great evening. Had the Ward 1 Town Hall. Thank you to Aurora Urban Canopy, UDO, and Aurora Rides for their presentations, and the Fire Station number 3 for housing us last week. On August, we have Commander Shipley for District 1, as well as Captain Bennett, and a nonprofit called CCJRC is their acronym. It's Colorado Criminal Justice Reform Coalition. I really want to open up Ward 1 town halls to folks who live in community to come share the work that they do, whether it's nonprofit, government, business, classes, what have you, to make sure that it's not just about the city, it's about the full ecosystem that can be provided to Ward 1 residents. Also attended the Midnight Vigil. It's my first time seeing the sculpture, the memorial in honor of the individuals who were killed so many years ago, just right across here in the Aurora Gardens. And so I recommend folks stop by and see the beauty of that and the heaviness of it, and where the love and the grief and the work still lies. And so that's it.
Councilmember Wiles.
Thanks, Mayor. It's been a busy couple of weeks, so I'll start off with I participated in a trash pickup with a local internet celebrity, Nelson Holland. It was actually in Councilmember Hancock's district, but I wanted to go and attend. If you follow him on social media, he hosts these cleanups of the Highline Canal Trail, different parks and places. And so I encourage you to follow him and get involved with some of those events. I'll be working with him to get a couple for Ward 2, so I'm really looking forward to that. This past weekend, I walked, not ran, the Heroes 5K for the 720 Memorial Foundation. Was super impressed by the local scholarship recipient. Her name is Chantal. She's an Aurora Central High School graduate who's going to Emory University. She's out there doing amazing things, and I think she exemplifies everything right about our community. Her family came here as immigrants. They have worked really hard to get to where they're at, and Chantel is showing everybody just how amazing she is, and so I'm sure she'll do amazing things at Emory. She's doing biology and pre-med, so we expect to see her back at one of our local hospitals in a few years. Later on Saturday, I went to volunteer at Special Olympics. Again, one of my favorite organizations. They're here in Aurora, so highly encourage you to look for opportunities to get involved with them. And then I went to Camp Spark, and I want to call out Lieutenant Kat Hancock, firefighter Christina Top, and Captain Valerie Marshall, as well as every single firefighter support staff who showed up to make that camp successful. I was truly impressed with the young girls who were there taking part. Not only were they learning life lessons, but they were learning firefighting skills, and every single firefighter and volunteer staff that was there was just incredibly positive with them and looked like they were having just as much fun as the young ladies were. And so I highly recommend, if you have a child, a daughter, to look for that next year. Don't let them miss out on such a great opportunity. And then on Sunday, I went to Soccer City, which is in Ward 2. They have a Denver Summit watch party, and Soccer City is another amazing organization. They have soccer classes, group activities. They're a homework space for the local youth. They do a lot of really good things, and so check them out. Coming up on the 8th of August, I have my ward meeting. It's at the Reserve in Green Valley Ranch. And then August 6th, there is a boards and commissions convention event. It's here in the Municipal Center from 6 to 7:30. We have 22 volunteer boards and commissions, and a lot of them are looking for volunteers, so please show up and pick one that fits best with your interests. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. I also participated in the 720 run on Saturday with a couple other council members as well, and enjoying the activities there in the garden. Also went to the Camp Spark orientation on Friday to see all the people that were signed up for the class. They had to kind of take it back because they had quite a few people signed up, so that was great to see. And then they got to do the activities, over the weekend. And then this morning went to the Korean War Memorial. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
Thanks, Mayor. Last week, I attended the Burmac open house out at Buckley Space Force Base. Had a unique opportunity to go behind the gate and see all the fabulous things that they do out there, including go out on the flight line and check out the aircraft, and go into the golf balls. And it was a great experience to go out there and see how our partnership between Buckley Space Force Base and the city, that relationship is just impactful for our entire community and what they do to keep freedom free in this country. Again, over the weekend, I did attend Camp Spark, and it was really great talking to those young girls and seeing their excitement with learning what it is actually to be a firefighter. And some of the girls had expressed their future endeavors, wanting to participate in some sort of service, which was really fantastic. It's really great to see girls come in on Friday being one way and then leaving on Sunday having been transformed by that experience. So if you have a daughter that's between the ages of 12 and 18, sign them up for Camp Spark next year. It's a great, unique opportunity for them. Also attended the Korean War Memorial ceremony today. It was a beautiful event. Well done by Becky Hogan and the team that put that event together, followed by attending the PMI opening. They've invested over $1.3 billion in the Aurora economy, and that facility is really state-of-the-art, helping adults move from smoking to smokeless tobacco products, smokeless products, to help mitigate and relieve them from the dangers of inhaling. Being a former smoker myself, I'm glad that it's not a good habit. So it's really good to see that they're trying to address this issue. Later on this week, we will be having music at the movies. And if you haven't, we have lots of free events in our city, and you should take advantage of those. Music at the Movies offers free movies and concerts. It starts at 5 p.m. with Movies Under the Stars at 6. This movie is SpongeBob SquarePants at Meadow Hills Pool. So you can go online and check out where that's going to be. If you don't know where Meadow Hills Pool area is, you can go and participate in that. That is my report, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Councilmember Horton in partnership, and she gave all of the praise to all of the people that, attended. Some of the youth that I had sent that way, they had a blast. They said that it was one of the best evenings that they had, and their families got a lot of resources, which I think that was the main goal. I hope that we can have one of these again, maybe at another place, another rec center, but it's a very good success, and it's all really due to you, Councilmember Horton, so thank you so much. My Ward 5 town halls for the month of August will be on the 18th at 6:30 at Mission Viejo at 6:30, and at Heather Gardens on the 20, and I'm sorry, I thought I had this written down, on the 29th at 10 a.m. And we're going to be doing retail update and planning and development, all in Ward 5 and around the city if you have questions. And Mayor, that is my update.
Thank you. Councilmember Bergen is not here. I just want to thank all those involved in the Korean War Memorial. I know it was a major endeavor. I think it was a passion of former Mayor Steve Hogan and carried on by his wife Becky Hogan. And so it was such an honor to be there and to see that open up. It's over on General's Park in the vicinity of Colfax and Peoria. Also want to thank all those involved in 720, putting those events together, and really appreciated all that they did. And to follow me on Facebook, it's Mike Hoffman at Facebook, or Mike Hoffman Facebook. With that, public invited to be heard.
Ayante Anderson, followed by Ellen Wu.
Since you all provide this opportunity for public invited to be heard for the second time, I'm going to use the portion of this evening to go back to what I was saying when several of you all became dismissive with your eye rolls. And I understand that you may not like the message, but discomfort does not make criticism illegitimate. So I'll begin exactly where you all stopped pretending to listen. Now back to the word decorum. You all want to crack down on who curses at you at these meetings to preserve your feelings and avoid accountability for the ongoing murders of Black people at the hands of the Aurora Police Department. Now, I don't need to go back to Curtis Gardner or to Francois Bergen. They refused to show up to work today. Not going to waste any more time on them. Mayor Kaufman, you have spent decades building a political career and somehow never found the time to build a legacy. Aurora will not remember you as a great leader. It will remember you as a long interruption between progress. Every time the public lowers its expectations, you arrive with a shovel. I would say that you have reached rock bottom, but I have learned to never underestimate your commitment to continue to keep digging. Council members Lawson and Hancock, As I said earlier, I could call you a slur even the ancestors have never heard before, but I will not be the vessel for calling black women out of their names. Besides, your records disgrace you more thoroughly than any insult I could ever give you. I am going harder on the two of you because you specifically should know better. You are not merely just Republicans, you're MAGA Republicans who have willingly attached yourselves to a movement built on attacking black history, dismantling civil rights, criminalizing our communities, silencing our voices, and dragging this country backwards. Black women have fought, marched, organized, bled, and died for the right to sit in rooms like this. Generations of black people have forced these doors open, and the two of you walk through them only to become doorkeepers for the same politics that tried to keep us out. You inherited victories through the struggle, then pledged your loyalty to a movement committed to reversing them. You use your black womanhood as a political cover while supporting an agenda that treats black people as threats, black history as propaganda, and continues to have black people murdered by the APD. MAGA points to women like you whenever it needs to pretend racism has been cured. So no, I won't call you out your names, but I will make sure that your records continue to be public because you are profound disappointments to the citizens.
Ellen Wu.
I'm going to give a bit of historic context based upon what was presented in 2012 regarding the Niagara bottling contract. At that time, I questioned this item, considering that there has been drought and conservation efforts in the past years. I was informed that this company can only bottle when there is excess water. Another dog and pony show with false narratives. There never has been excess water. Water is a limited resource. Gaylord, $2 billion in lost services that may never be recouped in 30 years. Another Stephen Hogan project. And they are the #2 highest user of water. Why? I have been informed by someone who is part of the false narratives MAGA that I am taking up space. Well, boo-hoo. There are some that continue to be not to be accountable to the people, but rather seeking the power, the authoritarian ticket, the personal gain, the monetary gain. There are some that continue to spin false narratives. There are some that continue to not acknowledge the community voices and the impacted communities. City business should be based upon community voices and the needs of the community and driven by what some will gain politically and personally. Cleaning up the messes from the past are necessary to go forward and to learn and to not make those same errors. Acknowledging the wrongs is necessary. Denying that one was an error is a sign of immaturity, as in the lack of willingness to change and learn. There are some that continue to say the diversity, yet they do not show any understanding of what diversity is. The city dissolved the DEI words and training. Generations of neglect continue.
That was the last individual.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, meeting is adjourned.